Welcome, welcome everybody. I hope you guys have been doing awesome on your quilt, on your ladder quilt. Well, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, do
you know, because
blocks
last week they only did, what, 3 different blocks, and there's a lot more than that. So there was a, you know, they showed some basics on how to do some of the blocks, and so yeah, you kind of did have some homework, right?
Yeah.
And
Nice.
I want to see how everybody's doing on their blocks. I hope you're successful, because I'll tell you what, this is I just have loved doing it. And a lot of the people have said they're not hard.
No.
And none of the blocks are
But
really
read the
hard.
instructions.
Oh yeah, for sure. None of those are really hard, but it's just time consuming, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So welcome, I'm Sandra.
And I'm Kyle.
And we're here at Girlfriends to, obviously you knew that because you wouldn't be on here if you didn't buy it from us. Anyway,
true.
We're here to go over a few of the other blocks that you have in this amazing quilt. So, yeah. So this morning, our first block will be the vase with the flowers. And it has a plaid background quilting design on it, and so
we have to line those plaids up.
We do.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
so
sitting
they're
up
done
straighter.
in 2 separate blocks. The vase is done in one, and then the flower is done in another one. And again, it has the plaid background quilting design on it, and then you sew those 2 together. It's not hard, and you know, Kimberbell has it digitized out, so where I just put mine together and it was immaculately perfect.
Really?
It worked out just great. So I don't think that there's any kind of a challenge there. So it should be fine. So anyway, we are starting on page 20, okay, of your instruction book, and that's the vase. And the first thing you start with is again just a light mesh cutaway stabilizer. You do put fusible backing on your background fabric.
Okay.
And also on your vase fabric. Oh, wrong one, this one. Your vase fabric. So you have fusible backing
on
both of them.
Okay.
Yes, fusible backing on both of those.
There's a lot of stitching on the vase.
That's correct. And then also you need your project batting. So we brought our designs in. The first thing you do is bring in your background quilting design.
If you're doing it.
If you're doing it. And that one, again, is the Plaid 5, and it is in a 4x6 size. Okay, so you bring that in, and then you bring your vase in on top of it, and then it can all be done at once.
I got a question.
Okay.
Is there the choice of background quilting or
regular, just not anything?
In the hoop, what's the other one? Block by block.
Oh, Clear tiles.
That's the word.
That's the word you want. Clear tiles. Yeah. Now, in your files, when you do that, make sure that you bring in the block by block.
Okay.
Not the clear blue tile. You can do clear blue tile, but that would be, you don't get your tack down lines for your batting or anything like that. That's
so be aware.
Yes. So be aware that when you do that, you bring in your block by block file, not the clear blue tile file.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
It does.
So we've layered those, and we're going to
You have to bring in the background files first.
Correct, because
we're layering.
Because why?
We're going to stitch that out first.
Okay, that's exactly right.
Good job, thanks.
Yep. So the background quilting
What size
file,
hoop is this?
This is a 6x10 hoop.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the one. All right. So
we've got white or cream bobbin.
We're just using, just a white bobbin. Just a white bobbin, and just go ahead and go. This is going to give us a placement line for our batting.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a little bit hard to see, but we're going to stitch in the cream, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
So I'm not into switching thread all the time.
Yeah, it's just, this is what we're going to start out with. We will do our background quilting design in a colored, but...
Oh, that'll be pretty.
Yeah, it's actually really cute.
Okay.
I
don't even have to take this out of the machine.
No, you can go ahead and just put it on there, but if you want a piece of tape, Here you go, girl.
Oh, thanks. I really did.
Okay. Tape that down.
Do you tape it on the top or the bottom, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. You can do it on the side if you want.
Okay, I'll just do it on this side.
Do another one
No,
for the other side?
I'm good.
Good?
Yep, because I'm going to stay right here.
Okay.
I'm not leaving.
All right, good. I don't want you going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, I just barely covered the bottom stitching.
Okay.
Sandra's like, ooh,
Nope,
coil.
nope. You're good.
Just barely. Look at that.
It looks
Look
like
at that.
it's
We don't
like
even have
right
to trim it.
on.
We won't even have to trim that.
Yeah. I normally will cut my batting, my project batting. I will cut it the size of the finished block,
Oh, uh-huh.
okay? And then
And it tells you what the finished block
it
size
does.
is.
At the very end in your trimming, it says that we're going to trim this up to 4.5 by 6.5.
Okay.
So that's normally what I will cut my project batting at. And then I only have to trim just a tiny bit.
Okay.
And the way you put that on there, it doesn't look like I have to trim much of anything.
I'm so good.
So you are awesome, Kyle.
Thought about you.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, I got a question. When my hoop comes out and it's really hard to get it out, what's happening? Do you know?
Sliding it in and out.
Yeah.
Sometimes your machine, and I would think that your tech that has it, you can just mention that to them, and they
Okay.
might be able to. I don't know if they use any kind of
Solvent or anything?
anything they can use that to make it go in and out better.
But if I'm having troubles with that, I hold on to the clip-in area and the hoop.
That's correct. Yeah, I definitely hold on to it so it doesn't pull your.
Have you ever had that happen?
I have not.
Oh, Sandra,
You
you're
know,
missing out.
I know. What can I say?
I have.
Have you?
Oh, yeah.
So if you knock it out of alignment, do you know what to do?
Cry.
Well, yeah, you probably do that too. But the first thing I would do is turn off my machine.
Even with everything on there.
Just
Does it
turn
blow
off.
up?
No.
Okay.
Just turn it off and then give it, maybe 5-10 seconds and turn it back on. And once it comes up, obviously you'll have to take your hoop out, but it will
It'll all realign.
recalibrate your arm, your embroidery arm.
Nice. And then you just can keep
And
going.
then it'll ask you, at least this machine, I know it does, and my machine at home it does, it'll ask you if you want to recall your previous design. You say yes, and it'll take you right back to where you stopped.
So I didn't need any tears.
No, really you
Okay.
didn't.
Okay.
Just a little frustration
Oh,
and
yeah.
5 minutes of your time.
Now we're
Yeah.
doing the placement line for the fabric.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was reading some of the comments here. It said somebody said that it happened to her yesterday. I can't read.
happens.
And she said she had almost was in tears.
Yeah.
And yeah, you do. It's frustrating. It's like, oh.
Yeah, don't pull it out of the hoop and all that stuff.
No,
don't do
no.
that. Take a deep breath.
Yeah. But if by some chance you bump your arm with your
Oh,
chair.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Or hit the back wall. Make sure it's out from the wall far
yeah,
enough.
I've done that too.
That's
okay.
not good. Do I need to change my
Now you
thread?
need to change your thread.
Just the upper?
Yes, but you can bring me that hoop, and in doing so, I will place my background fabric on there while you change thread. And the first color we're going to use, Kyle, is the lighter blue, which is called Cloud.
Oh,
Okay.
there's two different colors on the...
There is two different
I didn't
colors
even
on
notice.
this one.
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Two different colors on this one, so it really makes it stand out really quite cute. Yeah, it's really cute. So then it will do a tack down line for our background fabric,
Okay.
and then we can move right into the quilting designs.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we learn about our machines and the time that we spend with them, right? Yes, we do. We know their noises. We know their different
Yes,
sounds.
you're like, oh, that was a different noise.
Yeah, we know their needs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. We are Johnny on the spot.
Yep. I was stitching out on mine the other day, and I actually really do not know what happened, but all of a sudden it started clanking, and it broke a needle, And then my thread started shredding, and I was like, oh man. I was like really close to the end.
Do I need to cut my fabric here?
No,
Don't cut it.
don't cut it.
Okay.
No, do
All
not
right.
trim it.
So now I'm just going to start the background quilting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever had your embroidery foot fall off?
I've had it be really
Loose.
loose. Yes.
Yes.
And that was one of the issues that I had, is that my foot was
Every
loose.
once in a while you should check it.
Yes, that is definitely, you know, there's certain things that you should do.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
Always do.
it always gets done.
But yeah,
But,
just
you
check
know,
it.
your new project should always get a new needle.
Ooh.
And sometimes with a project like this, as big as it is, and
After
as
you've
much,
done the whole quilt or each block?
No. That's
Oh,
what I'm
thank
saying.
you.
Not the whole, not each block.
Okay,
I would
good.
definitely pay attention to it, but yeah,
I need
that's
to
why-
do that more.
I know, that's just me too, because sometimes I'll go from one project to another and I still have the same needle in that I worked on 6 projects ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Oh,
you know
it looks
what?
fine.
We need.
How do
to-
you know? Or you just
Well,
do
they
it?
tell you after 8 hours
Oh,
of stitching. That's a long time though,
That
if you
is a
think
long
about
time.
it. You might be sitting at your machine and doing stuff for 8 hours, but has it actually been stitching?
how do I know what I've
And
done?
You don't. I mean,
Just after
Yeah.
every project.
I think I can hear it. You can hear the difference in a needle. Like
Uh-huh.
yesterday I was putting my quilt together, my ladder quilt together, and I could hear it pop. I could hear my
Oh,
needle
going
pop.
through?
And I'm like, okay, it's time to change my needle. And so I did. I had to
Yeah.
change the needle on it because I was like, I could hear it going through. It would go pop, pop, pop. I'd hear a popping noise. So I went in and changed my needle, and oh my gosh, what a difference.
I don't know why we torture ourselves.
I know, we do. We just try to push it to the limit, don't we? Okay, now it's going to stop. And now
Okay.
you're going to change your thread to this
And I
other.
always have to make sure I keep my arms away because I really want to grab it out.
Change it now to the other blue, which is cobalt.
Cobalt?
Yep.
This is pretty.
It is.
It's not a navy.
No, not navy on this one.
Oh, God, I have troubles.
This one is the cobalt.
Where are you? There you are. Do you ever put the things on the end of your spools?
I don't use thread caps on the end of those. I don't.
No, I
but I
don't
do
either.
know that there's some people that do use them.
And do you put it snug? You're not supposed to, are
Not
you?
snug.
No.
No, you got to give it so it has a
Can
little
move.
bit of movement, but I know. Ask Wayne downstairs, and what will he say? Put
Use
that
'em.
cap on there.
Use 'em.
Use it. Use it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's got lots of rules.
he does. And you know what? If you follow those rules,
Oh, gal.
sometimes
I tried to call him out on something. No, I ended up totally wrong. Oh, in front of Mike.
Oh,
So Mike has more ammunition.
uh-oh.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's a fun quilting design. So I'm just trying to read. Gosh, we got people from all over around
Oh, do we?
here.
See, I can't see that far away.
From Oregon and Colorado. I can't, that's all that I can see up there right now. I saw some other ones too, but I know they're from everywhere.
One Cincinnati.
I saw that Shelly's here with us today, and she
Oh.
lives in Truckee, California.
I bet she still has snow.
I bet she does. We got snow yesterday, Kyle.
Did you really?
Yes. You know, it's not anything that's going to last,
No,
obviously.
no, but you're like,
it
oh,
was
it's
snow,
May.
Snow in
But
the air.
it always can happen in May.
Yes. Yes, it can.
Okay.
Okay, so
We did
now
it.
what does it say?
Now we're on to the vase.
Okay.
Is the vase the same color?
And the vase is a darker color. The
Okay.
vase is the rock navy.
Now, on this, are you going to change your bobbin?
I did not.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see how the machine goes.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
If you know your machine and you know you better put
Right.
same color in
I
your dark.
did not, and it turned out just fine.
Okay.
But again, that's something that you have to learn from your machine. If your machine has an issue with dark colors on top and the white coming through on the top from your bobbin, first of all, I would have it checked.
Yes,
you need to have your tension checked because that should not be happening. But the second thing I would do is put in a dark bobbin.
Can I go back over it?
You could.
I
yes. Yes, you could.
Okay.
So
I do all the bad things.
No, that's not a bad thing. I've done that more than once.
And that's our outline.
That's the outline for your fabric.
Okay, do you want this?
Well, or you can put it on there, and I'll give you a piece of tape. How's
And
that sound?
I will make sure I don't put it too close to any of the edges.
Okay, thank you. Just make sure it covers those stitches.
Okay. I love that fabric.
Isn't that pretty?
Yes.
I know. These fabrics in here, when this first came out, I thought, you know what? I have got grundles of red, white, and blue fabric. And I thought, you know, I could probably do this with my own fabric.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But first of all, I was like, no, some of these are so cute.
Yes.
I really like some of the, I really like a lot of the
Besides,
fabrics.
then you get more.
Exactly. Exactly. More for my stash, right? Scraps.
Scraps. I needed it.
Yeah, exactly. But I also looked at it and thought, yeah, these are such cute
This
fabrics.
is why I like the design.
Plus the fact, Kyle, how much time does it take? How much is your time worth?
Yes, exactly.
To take the time to pick out all these fabrics.
This is what I always struggle with. Okay, I like it. I really, really like it. But if I change all the colors, will I like it as much as I think I like it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying. That sounds kind of crazy, but you're right.
Yeah, but I'm not crazy, right?
No, you're not.
Okay, just making sure.
No, you are not crazy.
Somebody said I was the other day.
Well, who was that? Tell me, and I will go and I will talk to them.
It was Fern. I'm gonna throw her again. She's fun.
To throw under the bus? Yeah, you will.
I've been able to spend some time with her lately.
Yeah, you guys doing the long arming together.
Yes,
That's
we
awesome.
are.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's nice. I need to spend more time with you guys doing long arm stuff
Yeah, come down. Come hang out.
so I can learn my long arm a whole
Oh, do you have a long arm?
I do. I
Do you have a
do.
pro stitcher?
I do not have the Pro Stitcher.
Oh, we'll talk you into it soon.
That's on my bucket list.
Yes, it's so much fun. Last week I didn't have so much fun, but now I've had more training and I'm a little bit braver.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so
Okay. This vase is super simple. And
All you did was
so
trim it.
Now it's going to do a satin stitch and we're done.
And so satin stitch is a little bit wider, so
Correct.
we don't have to worry so much, but still get it as close as you can
Correct.
without cutting the stitches.
Yeah.
Well, this is easy. We're on the last step.
Exactly. This
I like
vase
this
is
one.
really easy. The flower is easy too. Like I said, it's an easy, simple. It's such a
Straightforward.
pretty.
Yeah.
It's a pretty block
All
too.
stitching, no fabric.
Well, there's a little bit of fabric
Oh,
on
is
it.
there?
A little
Okay.
bit of applique.
Okay. I like applique. And we've still got that. What color did you say this was? The blue?
It's called Rock Navy. Somebody
Rock-
asked about backing on the base fabric, and yes, I did, Cindy. I did put
did it on both.
fusible backing on it, and it does tell you to do that. It says on the wrong side of all fabrics on this one.
Okay. On the flower too? Oh, wow. Because
Yeah.
there's so much stitching?
And flower fabrics, yes,
Okay.
because of the satin stitching and the density of it. So they do ask you to. They do have you put fusible backing on all of these. So yes.
And it's not that much, so probably have scraps.
Yes, we did do block by block quilting. She said block by clock. Yeah, that too.
Yep. By the clock.
Yeah, that too.
Yep.
Yeah, you do
All the
pick
block by whatever.
the block by blocks. That's the ones that you pick to do these background quilting designs.
Okay, so if I did the clear blue tiles, it's after I've sewn it all together?
Clear blue tiles is more for after it's all done,
Okay.
after your project is done. So say you're doing a table runner.
Okay.
And it's not a block by block design like these are,
Right.
but you've done a table runner and you want to do quilting on it.
You've got the top all done.
Correct. The top is all done. Then that is when you use your clear blue tile files.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's just the quilting file that's
and
on
that's
there.
that's good as well.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I've used it a ton. Now this one, I'm not sure I would use it on I would use just mainly block by block. I'm not sure I would do
Because
this
the
one.
clear blue tiles will go over everything if you put it over it.
Yeah, but this one here, you'd have to do a lot of working as far as how that plaid's gonna match up.
No, thank you.
And yeah, exactly.
No, thank you.
And that would be me. I'd just say, yeah, no, I don't think so. But so this one, for me anyway, would be just on a block by block. But the floral design on these background quilting designs on this are so pretty. I would definitely use that
Really?
on a clear blue tile.
Oh, nice.
And maybe, like I said, maybe
Because you
just
get
a
the both
table
designs
topper.
in
You
this
do.
files.
You do. When you purchase it, you get both.
Oh, nice.
It would be great on a table topper, maybe even just a small wall hanging, anything like that. These floral
I
designs
refuse
are
to do a great big quilt with that.
Oh yeah, no. Well, and Kimberbell, well, they also have now. They have
long
their,
arm.
They have long arm designs, but they also have their larger files too.
Oh,
Some
do
of
they?
them come larger,
Oh.
but this one does not.
Well, it doesn't
So
need
it's
to
going to
be,
take up a
does it?
lot of the. You're going to see it a lot. So
I love this fabric.
so cute, huh?
I need some. Do we have just the fabric?
We do have some.
Okay.
Yeah, you can buy this fabric by the yard.
I like
If
it.
that is something you guys are interested in, what you would need to do is just call the store,
Okay.
and they would be able to get you a cut of however much you wanted, and then you could
They could get it shipped.
ship it to you. That's for sure. So yeah, because we do have these in bolts
Oh, nice.
by the yard. So,
Nice.
yeah.
This isn't the everyday that they always have. What do you call that one? What is
the
that?
kit, the fabric kit.
No, the fabric that they make every time. Oh, what are those? Not stable.
Oh, they're basics.
Basics. That's the word.
Yeah, this is not part of their basics, no. But we do have some.
Okay. So if you want this, get it now.
Yeah, because a lot of these projects like this that she dedicates a certain fabric line to, eventually
It goes away.
goes away. It doesn't really go away, but it's not as readily available.
Yes, you have to hunt. Okay, this takes a little while,
This does, and it's not.
but it's a nice
not
tight
a long
zigzag.
time. What,
13, 11 minutes. Where are we? 7 minutes.
7 minutes on this, but I don't think it really takes 7 minutes.
Did you guys see where she pointed to no on your
I bet not.
machines?
They didn't see that wasn't
Probably
in the
not.
camera.
There you go.
But yeah, right here next
Tells you-
to it.
I
it has
always
a
thought it was
7.
upstairs, up above.
Well, this little bar right here will tell you where you are
Right.
in your design.
But what is this saying?
That tells you that you are 12 minutes into a 13-minute stitch out. So you
The
only have
whole block was
the
a
whole
13
block.
minute.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. It has the little hourglass
Okay.
right there.
And then this tells the stitches.
Correct. How many
Okay.
more stitches you have. So sometimes if you look at that and you need to know where you stopped so you can
Okay.
get back to that certain
That's a
point,
good thing to look
That's
at.
a good thing to look at.
Okay.
Stitch number. I've used it ever so little bit, but I have used it.
Uh-huh. That's good information.
It is.
Just learning one more thing about the machines.
Yeah. And it's always nice to know the different things that your machine can do. Okay. Judy will show you that in just a second. When this stops, I will show you how you can go from one step to the next.
Oh, okay.
That's what she's wanting to know.
Okay.
Judy's wanting to know what button it is. So hold on just a second. If we push him now, the machine will stop.
Yeah, it'll screw it all up.
Yeah.
And we're close.
So, and we're really close. And so then I can show you. It's going to sing to us,
I
Kyle.
love that. I need that on my long arm.
You know, I bet you do.
Uh-huh, because I need a reward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just going to go out of this.
Okay, what are you showing us?
I'm going to show you where you can go to go from one step to the next step.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So down here at the bottom, there is the needle that says plus and minus.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to hit that. And then once that comes up over here on the right-hand side,
I can never remember what's what.
Some arrows, up and down arrows. Okay, so the down.
I always look, what step am I on?
Yeah.
Before I push it.
Right, because you want to know, okay, I've done this step and this step and this step, or I'll look at it and say, where am I? And then I look at my instructions.
Mm-hmm,
so I'll know exactly where I'm at.
Okay.
So the down arrow will take you to the next step.
See, that doesn't make sense to me.
I know. So the down arrow will take you from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4.
Okay.
So if we push the down arrow, now I'm on step 2, which was our placement line, or our tack down line for our batting. Okay.
Because it went right to the very beginning.
Correct. And your machine will move. As long as you have a hoop in there, your machine will move.
Okay, I got a question.
Okay.
That says 2. We said we went back to the beginning.
Right. It starts at 0, but the minute it starts stitching, that number will change to 1.
Okay, we're not gonna push it though.
Okay. So we can on the next one.
Because
Let's
this
watch it on the
also
next one.
has the background quilting in it.
Correct. So what this machine does is it adds that in.
Okay.
So that one takes like 5 steps, and then your design itself takes 3 steps. So you've got 4 steps or whatever, and so then it just adds those numbers on top of it.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, then we'll go here, and that takes me to step number 3.
And it's showing what step you're at.
In this little box right here, it shows you what we're stitching.
Okay.
Okay, and this right here, this -1 to -1,000, you can advance stitches. Minus and plus.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so say your thread breaks and it goes, 10 stitches ahead or whatever, and you want to back it up.
Okay.
You can. You can
do it stitch by stitch or larger.
Or step by step. So this is your stitches back and forth, and this is your steps back and forth.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh wait, I need to go back. So let's go back to that one.
Oh, okay.
Or let's go back to the very first.
Okay, so then it went to the very first thing that we're going to do, and it's at 0 because we have not stitched
Right,
yet.
the minute you hit 1,
it changed it. Nice.
Yeah, the minute you start stitching, it'll change that immediately to first step. Okay. So what I did is I just hit 1, stitch
Plus
one
one.
stitch. Okay, and it immediately changed that number up there to 1 because that means I'm on the first step.
Okay, and you could touch that because we have not touched run.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm just trying to make sure.
Anytime you touch this screen, though, it'll stop your machine.
Right.
So every now and again, I'll be doing something, I'll touch the machine and touch the screen and my machine stops and I'm like, oh wait, what did I do?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I must have bumped my screen.
Yeah.
So that's a really great, thing that Baby Lock has on these machines.
Yeah, it is.
That if you touch that screen, it stops your machine.
That's nice because
So
I
it
did
makes
not
it
want
really
it to
nice.
jump ahead 10
Correct.
because it's stitching and then it's going to jump. It
Correct.
could be bad.
And you don't want that.
No. Okay.
So I hope that helps. That's just a little bit of okay, it says when you add a design on top of the steps line up with the book. No, they do not. That's the whole thing about it. Is what happens, Judy, is it adds it on top of. So you have to remember, oh wait, that first design took 4, 5, 6 steps. And so now and then I have to add that number on top of it. Now,
The book is only keeping track of the embroidery, right?
That's correct. It does not have the background quilting steps on it.
Because you could do it with it or without it.
Right. So that's the whole thing about it, is that you just have to remember, okay, that took how many steps? Oh, it took 4 or 5 steps. Now I just have to add that. So say I'm on step 3 in my embroidery, plus 5 makes 8. So I'm on step 8, and then, so yeah. That's the one thing about this machine that I feel that they could have done it a little bit different that way, because it can confuse you. You definitely can get confused.
Keep track of where you're at.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we're done with that one.
We are. We are done with this one. And I tightened that down so hard I can't do it by my hand. So I'm going to take this out of the hoop.
When you're live, you don't want it coming out, huh?
That's exactly right. Okay, Kyle?
Yes?
I want you, again, I'm going to hoop up some more stabilizer in this hoop.
You're doing the same size?
We're going to use the same hoop, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I want you to go and show them what we're going to do next.
Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so I'm done with this design on here, so I'm going to go back to home. This is how I do it.
Well, okay, that works, but you don't have to.
Okay, tell me another way.
Hit return.
Okay.
And then hit delete. It takes the first one out. Hit OK. Hit delete again.
Takes our...
And hit OK.
Okay, that took out the second step that we put in because we're going backwards now.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So either way works. Yeah. If you hit home, then it's going to delete the whole thing.
I wanted it to.
Right, you do. You want it to. But say you still wanted that background quilting design in there, and you only wanted...
Same size.
Right, and you only wanted it to take out the top one. Then you would do it that way.
I never thought about that. I just am la 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 my way.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a good way to do it. Either way works.
Okay.
You're right. Perfect, thank you.
All right,
That's
so
a great idea. I never thought about it.
Get out of here.
Thank you, Kyle.
Oh my goodness. This is a big moment. Okay, so then I'm going to go back to, what do you call these? The thing I'm going to push.
Your USB.
USB, where your USB is. Okay, and she has organized this, of course, the vase flowers. She had the vase, and that's what we did. She has put both the background quilting and the embroidery in the same file.
Folder.
Folder, file.
Same
whatever.
thing, but yeah, you're right.
Okay, all right, and now, again, we're going to do our background quilting first. So I'm choosing that, and we have a PES file. Your machine may have different files. And this is the 4x4, so she chose that background. And I'm going to set that. And now, I don't want to push embroidery because I'm not done. I need to add to that. And this is how I do it. And then I'm going to go back to my USB. Going to go back to the vase flowers, what'd you call it, file? Folder?
Folder.
Folder, file, whatever you want to call it.
You want a folder, and you're going to get the file.
Okay, so I've already got my background quilting. I'm going to my PS, whatever thing it is. What do you call that? What's a PES? File?
Format. That's
Format,
a format,
okay. And we're doing a 5x7 vase flower.
Correct.
Okay, so I did that. Oh, I haven't got them both together.
Well, you got to set it first.
Yep, then you have to set it. And on this one, do we have to adjust anything to center it? Yay. Sometimes in Kimberbell, they ask you to move them.
Yeah.
So be aware.
This one does not. It says on here to center it.
And it automatically really does.
It does. It automatically centers it. It says right here, align the block embroidery files with the quilting design files so that both files are centered.
Okay.
So,
all right.
This machine automatically centers it brings it in, and it puts it right in the center.
I love it. We're not done yet. We have to hit embroidery. It won't. Your machine won't go unless you hit embroidery. La la.
We're ready to go.
I did it. Are we gonna start with the blue?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, that way it'll give us some
guess what?
placement lines.
That was in my thing.
Whoa.
Luckily, I caught it. Oh, those good eyes.
Aren't you glad you spent all that money?
Yeah, I sure am. Sure am. Okay, and this is going to be the placement line for our batting.
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't matter what color we're putting this down with.
Nope, this does not matter.
This is my favorite ruler.
Is it?
I love it. I love the size. I love all the little marks.
I use it a lot. I'm very much a creative grid person, so
Yeah.
I definitely pull out my creative grid rulers. But I use this one for different things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a girlfriend one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, here we are. And I'm just barely over. Let me bring that down just a little bit so I don't freak us out too much. Okay, I'm over all the edges.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay, and I like the fact that it goes around twice on the batting.
Yes.
Yeah. If you have to cut it, it goes around twice.
Yeah. And while I cut that, I'm going to have you change to the light
Okay.
blue because that's the one we're going to
That's
use
the first one we do. Okay.
The background quilting colors are the cloud and the cobalt.
Cloud was the creamy.
Correct. It was the blue.
That's cloud?
This is cloud.
No, the sky is blue, clouds are white. Sorry.
I know, but they named this cloud.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Now, a couple of things. I'll tell you what I did. If you're using the Glide thread kit,
Okay.
okay, what I did is I took and copied the color. At the very front of the book, they give you the colors of all the threads. I copied that and I put it inside my case. So then I knew, as I looked at the emblem on there, I knew what color that emblem was.
Oh,
because I could
that's
look
good.
at it's like a scale, and
Yes,
then
'cause
I'm
I'm going back and forth,
back and
back and
forth,
forth.
and back and forth. Now, Fern did a great thing also. She took hers and copied her color chart, and then cut out each one and taped it on her Hemingworth thread
Oh.
on the cover, on the case
Because
of
it
the
doesn't
Hemingworth
say the
thread.
same color.
Correct. They're different colors, but okay. So say I chose linen for the one that says pearl.
Okay.
Okay, in the Hemingworth thread. So
Okay,
she
because
took
this is told as a glide fabric.
Correct.
Okay.
Glide threads. So she took and cut that out and taped it to the outside of her Hemingworth thread spool.
Oh, the
So
cover.
then that way, when that color came up on your scale, on your instructions,
Genius.
then you knew what color to
Where'd
use.
you guys go to school?
Different places.
Okay.
Different years too.
Yeah.
A few years different.
A few?
She's
Okay.
much older than I.
Oh, yeah, I figured that.
Kidding.
But you ride a motorcycle too, don't you?
I ride on the back with my husband.
That's the only way.
Yeah, I don't drive
You know-
my own. They tried to convince me of it, and I always told them, "You do not want me on my own bike. I would love to, but they go much faster than I
Oh,
would.
you're a putt-putt grandma?
I'm a putt-putt.
Me too. That's okay, because guess what? We are grandma.
That's right. That's right. All right, now we're going to do a placement line for our fabric. And yes, light mesh cutaway is the same one that we use on all of these. So yeah.
On all the blocks is what we're using it on? Most of them?
Yeah, I think
There's a couple
the only
other
one
pieces.
was the wash away that you used when
Right.
you did the freestanding lace.
Right.
Yeah, that's the only one that was a different one. But
Okay.
other than that, I think all of them used the light mesh cutaway.
Okay.
So buy yourself a big roll of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll use
buy
it.
yourself a great big roll because you'll use all of it. Yeah. Just wait till you get to your borders. Then you really use a lot of stabilizer.
But you load a couple borders at a time, don't you? Oh, no.
Yes and no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll have to watch.
We'll talk about that.
Are you and Fern doing that?
We are.
Okay.
We're doing the borders and the scallop thing, the scallop border at 3 o'clock.
3?
So
Scallop
if
borders?
that's one that you need some help with or instruction with, be sure and join us. We're happy to help you here.
Okay.
That had some blue threads.
I saw that.
Did you see that? I didn't want that showing through. More so than anything, Kyle. I just,
Yep.
I don't want that dark thread showing through on my fabric.
That would be
Not that it
devastating.
would, because I put fusible backing on here.
Right.
And yes, fusible backing on all of your pieces on this one also.
And we only have 2 pieces, right? We have the 1 flower or 2 flower.
A flower and a leaf.
Oh, I didn't know that. I got to look at this closer. I haven't done mine yet. Okay, still
better
the
get
same
on it.
fabric or thread?
Yeah, that thread works perfect.
Because this is just going on the
Gonna
outside.
tack down on this one.
Okay.
Yep, I've got mine all done, put together. I just have to do the backing and then the binding.
Oh. Are you demonstrating on yours today?
We're gonna look at it, yeah,
Oh, okay. Nice.
yeah. But Allison's is behind us here and that. She's
I
done a
don't
great
know how
job.
she gets it all done. I know she
She's
doesn't
up at
sleep.
night.
Yeah. not
Okay,
me.
hit go.
Okay, and this is the same thread.
Yep, we're gonna
Same
start
color.
with the same colors.
Okay.
Yep.
Because we want these to match up. Yeah, get them backwards.
Then it won't match up very well when
No.
you put it together.
No, you'll have different plaids.
Yeah, and this doesn't take very long either.
No,
So.
no. I love those straight lines.
Yeah, it's a really cute, just a clean plaid. I really like it. Oh, look at this. All her colors up there.
Oh,
Way
pretty.
to
Oh, she's on her 10 needle.
go, yeah.
Or whatever.
She's one of those
Wow.
blessed ones that has all the.
Nice.
I bet that. No, that's not a 10 needle. She just has one of those large spool holders on the back of her machine. You can get one of those. And look at how what she did with all of her colors.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Dee, that is genius. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Isn't
Amazing.
that awesome?
Nice. Some people.
That is such a great
That's
idea.
awesome.
I'm going to have to buy that for my machine. Okay, Kyle, change your thread
Okay. Do you need this?
to the cobalt. Nope,
No?
just change your thread.
And I take this out so I don't bring my thread back through the discs.
Correct.
I know people are like,
There's a couple of things. You can either retrace it out of your tension discs or cut it and pull it through the needle. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a great idea.
what? Oh,
What
that?
she did there.
Yeah. Sandra's going to think about this for a while.
Mine are all sitting on the table next to my
Yeah.
machine.
Yeah, no kidding.
I have
okay.
the one that has the 2, but that doesn't
Yeah.
help much.
No. Hey, that just sucked that down there real nice. I was a little bit worried. That'll probably be in my seam anyway.
It is. And I'm gonna show you something on this one.
Okay.
When you go to line these up, I'll show
Oh,
you
good
something.
idea. I need a tip.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
Stacy says, I know what Sandra's buying today before she goes home. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, that's a super idea. I love it.
I thought she must have had a 10 needle or something.
Yeah, it looked like it, but it's just that multi-thread.
That would be nice because then it's not rolling off the table. You're not knocking it off.
Exactly. That's what I said. I'm just like, oh my gosh. How many spools of thread does that hold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. Okay, so now do you want the hoop out or just change thread?
Let's just change our thread.
Okay.
Okay, because now we're going straight to our flowers. And no, you're going to use this one.
What?
Yep, that's the color it tells you to use.
Okay.
Yeah, it says to...
What is this, sky?
This is called pearl.
I'm just giving you a bad time.
Doesn't that look like a pearl?
It does. I love it.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite colors there. Because it can go with a lot of things.
Yeah, it can.
Okay.
That's kind of a good color to have a couple of spools of, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and it
Ruth
shows
says hers
doing
holds
my
10, so
flowers.
yeah.
That's why I thought I would be blue.
You would think so,
Yeah.
but this is a placement line.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, it kind of doesn't really matter, but I think that
Because then the next step is going to be...
you're going to use that for a couple of steps.
Okay.
So this is going to do some placement lines for those pretty blue flowers that are on there.
Okay. And you have backed this fabric.
I have. This is
Okay.
another one that they say fusible backing on all the fabrics.
Okay. Oh boy, now I got to really look close because we've stitched that in the cream.
Okay.
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 Let's see. So I covered both those flowers.
Right.
Hopefully.
We'll soon find out, right?
Yeah, we
Kaya?
will. We'll go to commercial break.
Commercial. Yeah, didn't know. This is with no ads. No.
Yeah.
This Zoom is brought to you with no ads.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Unless we screw up and then we have to have a commercial break.
And it's going around twice because we are trimming this.
That's correct. That's correct.
And it's stitching out both
We'll
of them.
show that in just a second here.
Woo, I did it.
Okay. So, if you are interested in that spool stand, that thread stand, look at what we got.
I think I see Sandra's name on it.
Oh, no kidding. This is it. And you can call the store. We do not have this on our website, but you could call the store.
How many do we have
And
in store, I wonder?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something
But we
we'd
can
have to
always
check.
order them.
Yeah.
Four
in the store. Okay, perfect. Yep, get them
Yeah.
while they're hot is right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, that would be definitely on
We
my...
actually only have 3 more.
Right. What can I say? No. Yeah, that's a great thing to have, I believe. Especially with these projects like this. Because, yeah, my thread's everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be the perfect way to do it. You know, I have the 2 on the top, and I put the one that's in there is going, and then I'll put the next one. Sometimes I'll use all 3 of them. I'll use the one on the machine, and then the 2.
Oh,
And so
okay.
I'll have them lined up, 1, 2, 3, and then I have to take one down and put a new one on there.
You know, you have to be careful because some of them are close to the same color.
Right.
So if you've got them all organized.
But her putting the little symbols on there works really great.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Hey, that doesn't look too bad to cut out.
No, it's not.
And
It
this
hasn't-
also has satin stitch.
That's correct. It has a great satin stitch around it that gives it a lot of detail too, so it works out nice. Alrighty, same thing again. It's going to do a.
Oh, no?
Oh no! This
doing
is
the
the
little-
first thing it's going to do here is to stitch the flower centers.
Yep, and they are the pearl.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because then it does a satin stitch on top of that. So
Oh,
it kind of
okay.
covers a little bit of the edge of it.
Oh,
so when
yeah.
you see it, when it's all said and done, it comes
Cute.
out really nice.
Cute.
It is just called, are you putting that in there? It's just called an embroidery thread stand. A baby lock embroidery thread stand. Yeah. It does have a number on it if you want the number. 10 spool embroidery thread stand. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty. Does that fit in like the other ones on the back there?
Fits
Oh,
in
nice.
on the back.
It's like they made it for it.
I think they might have. Imagine that. Good deduction there, Kyle.
I'm pretty dang smart. I'm wicked smart.
Yep, you are.
All right. Now I get to put the blue back in.
Now you do. You get to go back to the clouds.
Yeah, that does. Nope. Who named these?
I know. Sometimes when you look at the thread colors and you're like, what?
What?
That
Yeah.
doesn't look like that color. Yeah, some of them are a little off, but hey, I'm
it's
glad
all
I'm not
good.
the one that's in charge
Yeah,
of
no
that.
kidding. No kidding. I'll just look for the right one.
When they sell our threads on Comment Sold and that, and they have them in bunches and they have a name for them, I'm like, they've asked me a couple of times, Sandra, what would you call this? Because we name them.
Yeah.
And they'll bring it to me down at the warehouse. If I'm sitting there, they'll look at it and say, Sandra, what would you call this?
I
And
heard
I'm
him
like,
say a banana split.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have no clue. Thread colors.
Yeah. Red. Red, white, and blue.
Yeah. Yeah, they come up with some really fun names,
Yeah.
so it's good.
Now I want a banana split.
I know.
Sounds good. Except it's kind of
I'd love to
cool.
have a banana.
No, it got warm, didn't it? Kind
Uh,
of. Well,
it's-
our kind of warm and maybe your kind of warm is different.
Yeah. No, it's not supposed to be very warm.
Not this week. All right,
Yeah,
this
no.
is doing a nice satin
Not
stitch.
this weekend
Hey,
either.
we did not look at our blue thread. The white did not come through.
Oh,
bobbin.
No, it did not.
No, so it worked.
So
Good job.
we're good, but yeah.
Nothing more frustrating when I change the bobbin color and then I go back to white and then I got black
And then
in
you
there.
got black that comes through.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to remember to change
Yeah.
it. A little sticky note on your machine.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's what I use a lot of times when I'm using water-soluble thread.
Oh, yeah.
As a little sticky note that I'll put on there. It says change bobbin.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I can't even, it's right there on the front of my machine.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me think, okay, what bobbin do I have in there? Do I
Mm-hmm.
need, do I need to change it? So if you're using a darker thread and then you're immediately going to a white or whatever, then
Yeah.
that would be a really great thing to have, is just
Mm-hmm.
to take, and I just have it on the side of my machine so that when I use that thread, I just immediately
Okay.
stick it to the front,
Yep.
and then it reminds me to
What happens if I
change.
sew with embroidery water-soluble thread in the bobbin? Don't get it wet?
Don't wash it unless you need it in that spot.
Uh-huh. It's wonderful if you need it.
Yeah, it's great on the fringe, but
I tried to cut my threads. I did not like that.
no, it's much harder.
Yeah.
much harder
It's
to
worth
do it that way.
But make sure you label it. You're the one that taught me how to label it.
Yeah, definitely label it, make sure it's in, you've got it. For water-soluble thread, well, and even, like I said, and if you're doing black and you need to change it back over to white, I would definitely. Well, Connie, thank you for joining us. She said thank you for these classes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. This is one thing that I really enjoy doing.
I was going to say, we like them too.
We like to do them just as much as we like
I'm
you.
learning a lot too.
Oh, I learn a lot. Just in doing it.
Yes, and that's why you always try and do it before
Yeah.
the class.
Yeah, I learn a lot. So anyway, that's one thing that Girlfriends is doing, I think, better on too, is our classes.
Yes.
Trying to
Yes.
provide you with the knowledge that you need to make it a success.
We're trying
And
to always
then-
remember the little tips.
Right. And then I guess in 2 weeks from now, Kyle, we are doing a Star-Spangled Beauty check-in.
Oh, a check-in, see where they're at?
Yeah. To see how you're doing.
Oh, God.
Just kind of a thing to kind of give you a boost to, hey,
Yeah,
let's try
deadline.
and get it done by this time.
I still don't have my cup of cheer done. It's been 2 Christmases.
Oh, let's see, more than 2, I think. I think 3 already, because it was
Yeah.
done.
So what did Abby just tell us?
You are the reason we're doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need another shaming.
Just, no, we're not going to shame
You're not?
anybody. No, we're not shaming
No,
you.
you're
Just
not shaming me?
encouraging you to
Oh,
do it.
encourage. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll do it. But I never put it fully away. I've got it right by my machine.
Okay.
Just in case I got a minute.
Okay, so do you want me to tell you about mine?
Yeah.
Okay, so I helped teach the class,
Uh-huh.
and in reality, after everything was said and done, between mine and others, I ended up actually doing 3.
And you didn't give me one?
Well,
No.
2 of them were for the store.
Oh,
that was
okay.
when we had the Salt Lake and the
Oh,
Orem
yes.
store.
Yes.
So I ended up doing 3, one for me and then one for the store.
The stores.
The
Okay.
different stores. Well, in the interim of all that, we closed one of the stores, and so
That make you nervous?
the second one I did for the store, actually, is mine also. So I
Okay.
totally finished 2.
2. Okay.
Totally finished 2.
Wow.
Oh, my
I'm impressed.
third one,
Not so much.
I haven't got the back on it.
Oh. Oh, well, I still have blocks.
And guess what? Where it's hanging? In
your
my
house?
basement. It's
Yeah.
actually hanging in my basement on my quilt rack,
Oh,
right
good.
next to my long arm,
Oh, to be
reminding
done?
me.
I probably would have displayed it, but you don't have the binding on, huh?
I don't have the back or the binding. That's all. Everything else is done. So there you go. But it's hanging in my
I'm
family
impressed.
room,
I'm impressed.
right next to my long arm, to remind me that I gotta get it done.
Uh-huh.
That was one of my UFO challenges this
Oh, was
year.
it? To get it done?
And then other things
Yeah.
take precedence,
I've always
like-
got a UFO to do.
like this one. But this one's gonna get done.
Is it?
It is.
Good.
Yeah. I finished my pumpkins and potions all the way.
Oh, did
and
you?
I
I
finished
like that one.
a couple of my other ones all the way, but my cup of cheer is still hanging.
I don't know
I
what
think
that thing was.
after I did 2 and
Oh,
onto
yeah.
my 3rd one, I'm like, I don't even care if I
could
hang
do
it
them
up
twice.
at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the thing that I find if I do multiple of them, I
You're
get
done?
to the point to where I'm like, okay, I'm so done with this. Okay, Kyle, where are we?
We're doing leaves.
All right, can you tell me what number we're on?
It says 11.
Okay.
11 out of 15.
Okay.
But really,
What would you
we're
think?
at like 8. No? 7, 5, 4, 3. 5?
It's going to stitch some leaves, right?
Yep, leaves. And they're kind of a greeny.
Yeah, they're this called Magic Mint.
I like it. That's a good name.
I'm almost positive that's what it is. I don't have my color chart in front of me, so
Uh-oh.
I guess I better look.
We're just guessing as we go.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
There aren't too many greens in there.
Actually, it says sea green.
Sea green?
Yep, step number 5 says sea green.
We almost did the wrong one.
This
that was
one.
lucky.
I kind of thought that when I first looked at it. I'm like, wait a minute.
Okay. Would
Sea
it really
green.
have made it horrible looking?
No, it would not. It would not make a difference.
No. It's your own quilt.
Yeah,
I like either one. This is, what one
I
is this
think-
one? Sea green?
yeah, this one's sea green. I think, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, sea green is the one we want.
All right, good.
And
You
then-
could substitute if you want.
Oh, you bet you could. You could use whatever color. In fact, on mine I did, on some of the colors. I'm like, yeah, I think I want this a different
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
And I did.
Oh, good. We have 2, 4, 5 leaves to do,
Yeah,
and these are filled in embroidery. The other 2 or 3 have fabric.
right.
I love the fact they do different stitches on.
Yeah, it gives it a different, a couple of different it looks, I guess you could say. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Texture.
that's it.
That's the
word.
word.
Different texture. Kyle,
What?
tell me what it says as far as our time. What's it tell me?
This takes 5 minutes.
Okay. And how far are we till we're done?
We're at 14 minutes out of 23.
Yep.
Phew, that was close. I got it right.
Well, it's really good that way because when your husband comes in and says, "How much longer are you going to be?"
Don't you always lie?
what
Just a few minutes.
What are you going to tell him? Well, according to my machine, I have
If nothing goes wrong,
this many minutes and 2 timeouts.
2 timeouts.
Isn't that the way it goes?
Uh-huh.
Football minutes or
Oh, gal.
timeouts or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No.
I look at my husband and say, well, it's going to take me this many more minutes and this many more
Potty breaks.
intermissions. You got time for one more session of hockey.
There you go. There you go. Your kids up in Canada, grandkids play hockey up there?
They do.
We played hockey back in New York.
Yeah.
I love hockey.
They are big time hockey fans, and oh my gosh, right now it's the finals for they're getting into the Stanley Cup almost,
Oh, boy.
and their team is doing actually very well.
Oh, nice.
So it's all
Nice.
great. Yeah. They were celebrating,
Already?
oh yeah, the other night, Wednesday night. Yeah, it was Wednesday night. They made it into the Western Finals.
Nice.
They kicked another team out, so. Anyway, they were celebrating big time.
Nice.
And my husband and my daughter and my son-in-law, and then my son that lives in Salt Lake, they have this group chat that goes together.
Oh, okay. Talking
And
about it.
after the game, after the Oilers won the game the other night, they all got on FaceTime together.
They all like the same team.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, my Canadian son-in-law kind of converted the rest of my family to Oiler fans, Edmonton Oiler fans. So anyway, it's been fun.
All right, 3 of them down.
Quilting in colors or to match in the instructions. We are doing the same ones that they have in the instructions.
The thread
But
color?
Obviously, yeah, that's what she's asking. Is all the background quilting in colors or to match in the instructions? We have done all of ours that matches the ones in the instructions. I will say that most of mine are the same. Some of the, I did on my filler blocks, I did use a color that you could see a little bit better.
Oh, okay, because
I
that's all
didn't
there
match,
is
I didn't match
quilting.
all of mine.
Okay.
But we are matching all of these because this quilt obviously is going to go in the store.
We obey the laws.
And so that we kind of, you know.
We want you to see how it really turns
Well,
out.
and not only that, Kyle, we have different people stitching out a lot of these blocks.
Yes,
I mean,
we
because
do.
I mean, you stitched out some last week, and we had some other people stitching out, and so
We gotta get
we
the same
kinda
colors.
wanted it consistent. The only variance that I did do, and I kind of made an executive decision, is on the border
Oh, okay.
and the scallop top of it. I did not use the navy color on that.
You wanted it to show?
I wanted it to. I wanted to be
You
able
couldn't
to
go
see
to that
it.
much work.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to be able to see it, so I used a lighter color. Yeah. And I change it up. I'm like Fern. I change mine up. I don't think it has to be the same throughout the whole thing. So I have changed mine up a little bit also. Most of the applique and that, I pretty much stick with it, but sometimes I'll change that up a little bit too. Okay, how we doing?
Good. Now we're on to the other
What step are
leaves.
we on?
We're on step 12.
Okay,
7.
how about 6?
Oh, 6.
Yeah, and now we're going to change it to the leaves.
Okay. Leaves and the bottoms of the flowers? What's that part called?
The stem,
Stem. That's the word.
and then it'll also do a little of the decorative stitch on those flowers. But right
Oh.
now, we're just going to stick it with it and do the placement line for our leaves.
Oh, because these are fabric.
Correct.
And the bottom of the stem on the flower, that's the same color. That's fabric also?
Yeah.
Okay. And you backed this one too.
I
also.
did. Yeah, this also has bracket. This also has fusible backing on it. I hope everybody's doing okay. If you've got any questions, throw them out there. If there was
Yeah.
any of the other blocks that maybe you had some questions about, let me know. We can definitely see if we can help you.
Okay, it makes sense why we have such a big piece of blue.
Yeah, first of all, it's like, wait a minute, these are just little leaves,
Yeah.
but they use one piece to cover it all. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been very impressed with this base and the flowers.
Really?
I love the base, the fabric that's on the base. Yeah, it is very pretty.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready. And I'm still going to use this dark blue.
Correct.
Okay.
Need a piece of tape? Or are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Whoa, that matches that fabric exactly.
Yeah, pretty much, doesn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, it just blends right in with it. Because you look at the thread and then you look at the fabric and you're like, oh, you'll be able to see it a little bit.
No,
But yeah.
no. That's why you changed your border.
Yeah. It blended in so well that I'm like, I like the background quilting on it, so I'm going, I want to see it.
Yeah. Okay, now we're just doing the 3 leaves. Okay, last one.
Okay, good. So you got big plans for the weekend, Kyle? Now next
I'm gonna
weekend,
go
more
with
Memorial
friends.
Weekend. Oh, are you?
Oh, you want to hear a big story about Memorial Day weekend?
Okay.
So we're going to go camping, and we go to the KOA up by Bear Lake, and we said, oh, let's get a hot tub, in our area, a private one. So we did, and we were like, all right, we got one.
So
nope, it's the wrong weekend. So we're not going until the next.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because it's a little bit earlier in the month this time. So you're
Yep.
going the first weekend in June.
The 31st or whatever, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't discover that until later. And we went, oh, well,
Hey,
I can go whatever
so you're
day.
going with some friends?
My daughter and her
Okay.
husband.
So you bought a portable hot tub? Is that what you're
No, they have them there
saying? Okay.
in the campsite.
Okay. So you got one where it's close by.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's in your campsite.
Oh,
Private.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. Well, Memorial Weekend, I'm actually headed up to Idaho,
Oh,
up to
are you?
Boise area.
of your
My
kids?
grandson is graduating from high school.
Nice. My
Shh.
granddaughter graduates.
Shh, I'm not that old.
No, I know.
I'm not old enough to have a grandson graduating from high school, am I?
Probably not.
All my grandkids are little. Not. Yeah, I do. And my kids were all talking about this the other day. For the next 8 years, 8 years, Kyle, I have a grandchild graduating from high school.
Oh, my goodness.
One a year.
How many grandkids do you have?
Shh.
Wow, you must be really old. You have that many.
I do. I have 17.
Holy crud, I only have 4. I'm young.
Yeah.
Quiet, Abby.
Yeah, I have a few. Well, I have 5 children, first of all.
Okay. I only had 3.
And
My family
Let's
still
see.
called us the traveling daycare.
yeah. Yeah. And I have 2 of them that have 5 children.
Oh, okay.
So that's one of the reasons why I have as many as I do. But anyway, yeah. So
Handy dandy lint roller.
yeah, get all those little threads off of there. What do you think?
Yep.
'Kay.
That way you're not trying to brush it off and knock it out of the frame.
Right. I love my lint roller. Okay, now it's going to do some more of the
This is-
satin stitch and some
Is it
stems.
doing satin stitch?
It's going to
I
stitch.
thought it looks like a different
Well, it's no,
stitch.
it's not a satin stitch. I'm sorry. It's a decorative outline.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to call. That's what they call it.
And I'm still with this blue.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then it's going to do the stems.
Okay.
So this is pretty much our last step here. So yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, we're headed to Idaho for
Oh, fun.
a couple, 3 or 4 days to
Fun.
spend with my grandkids and my daughter and her family. So yeah.
That'd be awesome. Where's he going to go to school? Does he know? Or is he going to go to school?
I think he's going to take a break for
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
He's going to do some work and wants to save some money, buy a car.
Good idea. Good
No,
idea.
and it's not a bad idea. I mean,
No.
sometimes you think once they get out of that school schedule type thing that
Yeah, it's
they'll
hard to come
never
back.
go back. And I'm not sure. He's not one that I think will go back. He's more of the trade.
Oh, you know what?
And you know
that's
what?
the one to go into.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's what I keep hearing.
Yeah. Because they're losing those.
Yes, they are.
They're
People are
losing
dying
those
out.
trades. and they don't have the people to do those things that are still necessary.
It's hard to find a handyman that can do some of this stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, he's got a couple of jobs lined. He's got a job lined up for the summertime that will only last because it's at a farm.
Oh,
and that'll go until like October, and then he'll have to make a decision and become an adult. Eventually, they do have to do that,
yeah,
don't they?
that adulting thing.
He's a smart kid, though.
Is he?
Very motivated.
Good.
He has to. He's one of those that has to keep busy, so that's a good thing.
Uh-huh.
And the thing with him, though, is that he's not a big gamer either.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of these kids at that age, this game time in their life, they're big gamers. And I do have a 15-year-old grandson that loves his video games.
You know, my son works for an autonomous place, but his farming background has really played into it because they do tractors and stuff like that. So you never know.
You don't. That is so true. So true. So it's good.
Okay, it's just doing the decorative stitch on the stems. That's really pretty. I would have never thought to do the leaves that color.
Yeah, I see Fern answered that question. Crystal Lake, and then the teal blue is the one with the Hemingworth that worked really great with that. Sea green is a light teal blue that worked really great.
These were really pretty simple.
Yeah, these are really easy.
It'll be really simple if the plaid lines up. I don't have any doubt.
I think it will.
Yeah.
This one does. See? This one we're going to use.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. You got to tell me how you line. Do I have to put on the sewing foot?
No,
then?
I'm not.
No,
I think we're just going to show it.
Okay. Just how to line them up. I want to see how you do it. Okay, one more leaf.
Okay. Yep, we're right there.
Oh, does this have centering lines? Is that why we're at 14 instead of 15? Step.
You know, Mary Jo, that is a great idea.
What?
The thing about that will be is that I don't think we're going to have a lot of Hemingworth thread kits
What do
much
you mean?
longer.
Why?
I know we do with some of the, because Hemingworth is going.
I heard rumors.
Yeah, there's rumors that Hemingworth is going out. So not that they're going out of business, but the distributor here.
Oh, really?
Might be going away.
Okay, here's my question.
Okay.
It shows one last step, the two lines up at the top and the bottom. Sometimes it says you don't need to do them.
Right, and in reality, okay, let's go ahead and stitch it out.
Okay.
And let's take a look at it.
And it's okay that it's in this dark blue?
You bet. It will be in the seam,
Okay.
so it will be just fine.
I just like to finish all the steps.
That's a great idea. So in the future, Mary Jo, because we still will be carrying Hemingworth for a while, I'm almost sure for a while. But as I think Chris probably expressed last night, that the Hemingworth thread is going to be going up in cost tremendously. We're hoping that things will settle down a little bit. So we'll see.
Yep. That's all we'll say.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's finished.
So as you can see, where those I'm glad we left the darker blue thread
Oh,
in
yes,
because
we
you
can
can
see it.
see it. But basically, it's right along the same as that top line and that line there. Now, this line right here, your placement line for your fabric, or your tack down line for your fabric, is pretty much the line that you're going to use to cut the size of this block.
Oh, that's not your seam line.
No. Your seam line is going to be in 1/4 of an inch from that.
Okay.
This is actually almost like a cut line. They don't tell you that because in some of them it will be a little bit different, but in this particular block, that is what the way it is. So when you take this and you trim this up, you actually will trim it on that line. That is
It's
the
the
4
most
and a half.
outlined outside line.
Correct.
Okay.
Great, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great to say that. So you can say that these two lines right here, this line and this line, those are kind of your placement lines to help line it up
Okay.
with your project. However, as you're doing this, I'm just going to put this aside because we have one already finished here that hasn't been
It's all
put
cut.
together. It's all cut and ready to go. As you put this together, as you line those up, what do you see, Kyle?
I see an open space there and a line on
Right,
that one.
right. But that's going to be in your seam. You got to
Oh,
stop
so it
and look
doesn't
at
matter.
this. You got to stop and look at this.
Okay.
That is also going to be in your seam. But if I line up my edges right here, what do you see right here? It's lined up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's perfect.
Nice. Good job.
It's really perfect. It really is. And you have to give it to the digitizers on this.
No kidding. And they
Okay.
made the spacing right.
Right. So basically all I'm going to do, because otherwise I would have a stitch line here, not here, but a stitch line here and a stitch line here that basically shows me how to line these up. And it's going to be in my seam, so it's not going to show, obviously. But if you line up your edges here,
Okay.
it's going to line it right up.
But now I'm going to have to fold it on top of each other.
You're going to do this,
Okay.
and you're going to put that together. And then on the back side right here, do you see this line right here, which is your batting placement line? Now it's hard to
Oh, it's
see it.
thick. Yep.
But you can see this is your batting placement line right here that we used to cut.
So
That
that's your
is
seam.
your seam line. That's your 1/4 inch right there to right there.
Okay.
That's your 1/4 inch. So you're going to just take this and sew this together right there. And then when you unfold this, it
just
is going
lines
to
up.
match up.
You could put pins in there to make sure it's
Oh
all
yeah,
right.
for sure. Clips, pins,
Yep.
whatever the case may be. But once you do that and you fold that back out, it's
And,
going to
and
line
your
that
stem
right
will
up.
go all the way down.
And your stem will go right, look like it's coming right out of the top of that base. Yep.
Cool. Nice.
So that's all that you have left to do is to sew those two together, and it'll work just perfect. But yeah, I have to give it to the digitizers on this one.
Yeah,
What
that's
it's
really
going to do
cute.
is going to line that right up, and then your vase is going to be perfect.
Nice.
And your flower's going to come right out of the top of it. So there it
Nice.
is.
So get those sewn together because that unit is one block.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so and then that goes down as, I don't know if you can see it, but let's pull mine over here because
Okay.
it's easier to grab really quick.
It's in the bottom half.
Yeah, it's in the bottom half down here by your America the Beautiful. But there it is, right there.
Look it, I can't even, you have to really know where that seam
Seam
is.
is, that's right. Yeah, you have to
Nice.
really look in order to see that seam. But that's it right there.
Cool.
Okay, so you guys now have about a half an hour. We'll start back at 1 o'clock. We'll be showing you how to do
Borders?
this flag.
Oh, the flag. Oh,
This flag
nice.
right here. We're
That's
going to show you
cute.
how to do that flag block.
Really cute.
I haven't sewn my buttons on,
Oh, okay. They do have buttons.
but they
okay.
do have star buttons that you can put on here.
Okay, yep.
Or they have the file that if you don't want to sew buttons on it, you can actually
Stitch 'em.
stitch out
Really?
the stars itself.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
What a great option.
So there's two different options there. So
Because they got stars over here.
correct,
Okay.
correct. So
Lots
all
of
right.
fun. Okay.
All right, everybody, take a break, get up, move around, do your soga.
Soga?
Is that what? So yoga. That's it.
So yoga.
Your
Oh,
so yoga.
is that this?
Yeah,
or
your
whatever?
exercises to stretch and that. And
Good idea.
You got
Good
about a
idea.
half an hour, grab a drink,
Potty, all the
maybe
things.
something to eat, whatever the case may be, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hello.
That was a quick break.
Yeah, that was a fast one.
That
But
was.
hey, enough to get a drink or.
Did you get a drink?
I
didn't
got
get one.
well, I got my drinks right here by my knee, so yeah, I was
Yeah, I
able to
did get
take a
one.
swallow or two. Yeah.
Well, good job.
Just water, but yeah.
Well, welcome back. We are doing the patchwork flag. And this actually, everyone was saying, whoa, I'm glad you got it, Fern. It's so hard, but it really is very simple. The biggest thing, I think, is because they give you choices. Like in the wording, you have different words to choose from, different sayings to put on your flag stripes.
Yeah.
Also, you can
Choices.
choose.
Are you telling me that I have to decide what I'm going to do on this flag?
You get to decide.
Oh, yay,
you get to
good.
decide.
Good.
So, and then you get to choose whether you have your stars stitched on or buttons. So we've got, you get to choose that. Today we're going to do the background for the buttons because Sandra wants to practice doing the star buttons. I know she's like queen of button zippers, all things on the sewing machine, but she keeps telling me, I am not doing the buttons. I'm not doing the buttons. So we're going to do the
No,
buttons.
I'm doing buttons. Yeah,
You're
obviously,
doing yours.
I'm doing the buttons.
But you hand stitch.
Yeah,
And I did mine on the machine.
and I think
It was
that's great.
super fast.
Yeah.
And they're all still there.
I might have to just give it a shot.
Well, you're going to today.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
You're welcome. So one time I get to tell Sandra what to do.
Not even.
That's right. Okay, I'm just teasing. We've been friends too long. We can.
Yep.
But so let's go ahead and let's put in our star block.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it in a 4x4 hoop, which I have. Which I have. Sorry, we're testing cameras here. So we're going to do the button block, which means we're just going to do the background quilting and not the stars on top. And we're going to do that in a 4x4 hoop, and I've got light mesh stabilizer in it, and I have my fabric backed with fusible. What's the name of it?
Fusible backing.
Fusible backing. I don't know why that. I have never been able to say both those words at the same time. So I've got fusible backing, and that's a big piece of fabric for this little tiny 3-inch square. But I think they do that so we can not have any misses on it.
Okay. Do you have the background quilting design on this?
Did you pull up the?
I did.
Two?
I pulled up. Oh no, I did not.
You
That
pulled up
one
the
there.
top one.
There we go. Sorry, my bad. That one. There we
We
go.
got 2 USBs in here.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Okay.
So we pulled up the background quilting design
Yep.
there, and we're going to set that, and in a 4x4 hoop, 4x4 hoop.
And let's go ahead and hit embroidery.
I'm like, I got a red light. Oh wait, Kyle
That's
already
right.
told me I had to hit
That's right, you
embroidery
gotta
first,
hit
don't
embroidery.
I? Hey, okay.
All right, so that will give us our placement stitch for our batting. And we're basically just doing a block by block quilting on our stars block. Sorry, Abby, I lost you out of my ear, so don't talk. Don't say sweet nothings in my ear.
Okay. And then our
Okay.
batting's going to be a tack down line. What page are we on, Fern?
I'm sorry, we are on page 42.
Okay, because it's kind of confusing. There's a lot of instruction.
They give you a lot of instructions
Yeah.
on this, right?
Yeah. So, tell us what we're doing first off.
So first off, I already said we're doing our star block, and we're doing our placement and our batting
So it's
stitch.
option A? It says
For option
part
A, fabric stars, correct.
Okay, part A, option 1,
Yes,
is that
no,
right?
option 2, because we are not putting the stars on. So option 1 has the stars on it.
And that's our background
Option
quilting
2,
design.
yeah. It shows the stars, so it shows this finishing.
Okay,
So, I think. So
we're doing option 1, which has the background quilting, but then we're gonna do.
but we're not,
We're gonna do option
which then we're done,
2.
because we're gonna sew the stars on.
Okay,
So,
there you go. Trim
Okay.
that up. Oh, you got it.
got it?
Boy, are you quick. Woohoo!
I've heard that before. So now our placement stitch for our fabric. And then we'll place our fabric into our background quilting, and then we are done with this block until we sew our stars.
That's nice.
Well, until we hand sew or
The
machine
buttons.
sew the buttons
Yeah.
on.
So this one, we're just showing how to do the buttons, correct?
Right. So we needed the block so we could show the buttons.
Okay. Boy, that's a big piece of fabric.
That's what I said. I
Okay.
have to say I did not cut my fabric that large, so on this block.
That's a big piece of
They're
fabric.
giving it to us. So now we want to decide what color thread do we want behind our star, our background, for our background quilting. So I wanted to show
Show us what we've got.
Sandra did, it calls for the dark blue, which is what I've done. So here, and then the stars,
So it calls for the darker blue
Yes.
for your background quilting.
yes.
Okay.
Sandra did the cream. I don't see that color in here to give a color.
Yeah, it's called Pearl.
The pearl.
I got
it's
it on
there.
my machine.
That's why I don't see it in there. So Sandra did the pearl background, and that looks really sharp. And I think when you put these white stars on there, they're gonna pop. So there's an option for you.
So this one's going to have buttons on it.
Yeah. So you can see those stars still pop with that pearl thread color.
Right. But if you're going to stitch your stars instead of use the buttons, let's see, your other block right over there.
Buried it. So
What would you do on that one?
So because I used the pearl thread, if I would have used that as my background quilting, I would have gotten lost.
I think it would have been too confusing.
Right.
So that's a decision that you have to make at this time. So my thought process here is, if you're going to sew on your buttons and you want your background quilting design to show, use a different color than the
buttons or the-
cobalt.
Yes.
Okay. But I think if you're going to stitch out the stars,
Then
I would use the cobalt. I would
the
use the
cobalt?
darker, like what
Yes.
you've done there.
so, and actually, this cobalt, I think I used an even darker.
The navy?
Yeah. So I don't know if the cobalt would actually show up on there. So you're
It
right.
doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. So maybe
Yeah.
the navy would stand out a little better.
Yeah.
Just to give you some.
A little bit
Something
might
to
show a
see.
little bit,
Yeah.
but that's okay. So that's just kind of a decision that you have to make
Yeah.
at this point. Is, am I going to do background quilting? Am I going to do my stars, or am I going to use my buttons?
Right. So we're going to use the buttons for this sample, for this quilt. And we decided we're going to try a different thread, and we're going to use the cloud. So the lighter blue.
I think it'll be a great
think it'll be
contrast
really
with
pretty.
the white,
Oh,
with the
yeah.
white buttons.
I think so too.
How many times do we second guess our choices?
Right, and I made this twice because I
Yeah.
wanted one stitched out with the stars stitched out, and then the one that I used the buttons. It is pretty tiny, so if you don't like it, you can make another one.
Yeah, it is. It's small
It
and
is
doesn't
tiny.
take very much time, so you
Right.
definitely could make another
Make
one.
another one if you don't like it.
Yeah.
And then
And
what do you
there's
do with
plenty
these,
of fabric, too.
Yes. What do you do with these extra blocks that we don't use in our quilts? Or you cut it too close, or you did something.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. Okay, so the block, Abby, let's look at this on the here, right here.
The quilt?
This block right here with the flower. This one right here. Okay. The background quilting is underneath, and then you put this white piece on,
And you don't see the
and you
quilting.
totally lose your background quilting on it. Okay? Totally lose it. So pull mine out again. So that's the way I did it first. And then after all of the chit chat out there about the block was like, well, you lose your background quilting. So I redid my block, and I put the white piece on there first, and then I did the background quilting on it, and I just like it so much better.
Yeah.
So I have another block that looks like this one at my house. I'm going, okay, so what do I do with that block? Well, I have a cork board behind my machine.
So you just tack them all
I
up
tacked it up on my cork
So
board.
it's wall decoration.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have a friend, Tanya, that she does camp quilts for her family, and she throws these blocks in on her camp quilts.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's so, like, brilliant. Like
Yeah.
if you wanted to use it on a background of a quilt or a backing of a quilt, just to throw
Yeah,
a little extra, or you can use it for a label.
that's a great
Put
idea.
your name on it.
That's a great idea, too.
Anyways, okay.
Anyway,
so
that's what I did with mine.
I love it. Well, so far, because now you've got
Yeah,
some places and things to use them now.
yeah.
But the cork board's awesome.
Make a rope bowl. Cheryl, that's a great
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
Or Sherry, sorry.
Perfect. Okay, so this block is done until we put the buttons on.
Okay.
Okay, one and done. So now we've got our stripes.
Okay.
I found that when I did my 1 by
I have to make more decisions?
5, oh yes you do. So the 1 by 5, it has, sorry Abby, I'm bouncing around. I did it and it ended up too short.
Mine was
And-
also.
Yes. So when I trimmed it around my background quilting block, my block was a ½ inch too short. So I redid it, and I thought, well, I'm going to try the 2 inch. Well, this one is way too big, because first of all, it's too wide, which I could have trimmed it down, but it would have come really close by the time I did put my block in my quilt. It would have covered up the top and the bottom. So then I found that it's important to just add some extra fabric, and I don't know, I think I added extra batting on the ends and just didn't trim it around the block stitching.
I trimmed the width of it, but not the length of
Right,
it.
right.
Yeah, mine was the same way. It was too short.
Yeah.
And so I had to redo, again, I had to redo that
Remake it.
one piece of the block in order
Yeah.
to make it work.
So on the America, but if you use the other word, what was the other word on
It
that
says
side?
land that I love.
Land that I love, that one is the correct length.
Isn't
So-
that strange?
Yes. So I had them all lined up on my machine, it's like to see the differences. And Land That I Love is long enough. America, just make sure you don't trim your ends.
The length.
Until you're ready to put it in your block. So
That's a great idea.
there you go.
But you do need to use the 1.5.
Use the 1.5, not the 2 inch.
Right. So, okay, so as you're looking at your embroidery files, you're looking at 1.57A, 1.57A2,
Which is the,
and
A2
is the Land That I Love.
Land That I Love. Okay.
And then you're looking at 1.57B, which is the Floral design.
Which is also the perfect length.
Right. That's the top strip.
Yes.
So those are
going to be your 5-inch,
Right.
5.5-inch strips.
So you'll need a 1.57 A1 or an A2, deciding on which one, whether you want it to say just America or Land That I Love with the star on the end. Okay.
All
So
right.
which one are we doing? No, hold on. We got to put all of these in the.
Oh, we don't have them in the machine yet. Okay.
So what are we doing?
Well, I think everybody's going to have the Americas. Do we want that for the store sample?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, Wendy says hers was short as well. So left to right, don't trim, correct?
Correct. So I'm going to set that.
Okay.
Okay, so what size hoop am I using?
So
Fern?
we're using the 8 by 12, 8.5 by 12.
So I'm actually going to, on my machine, put in there so I can see where my frame is, an 8 by 12 frame, okay? Because we're going to do all these stripes in the same hoop.
Right.
Okay, so it comes up in the middle.
Okay. So I think we need, our 2 long ones need to go vertical, so let's just move it over to the side for now.
Okay, so I'm going to move that up there.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and then
You saw that I just took my finger and dragged it. You can also go up to this edit right here and hit the move,
button.
and it will move it
Move
around.
your arrows that way.
Okay, but it's just as easy for me to go back and use my
And
finger.
drag, yeah.
So,
Okay, so let's add another another.
okay, so now I'm going to
stripe.
go down to add.
And let's do our flowers. You know what? Let's do our long one because our thread is going to change and it's going to stitch out in the order that we add them in
Okay.
there. That way we're not flipping back and forth on our threads.
Good idea.
So let's do our next word
Which
block,
is which side? Which one?
which is going to be Land That I Love, Star America, or you have the other option, and I can't read what
Is
it
it the
says here.
12 or is it, we're using the 10 or the 12?
I used the 12 because I wanted to adjust my words.
Okay.
So
But they don't, how long of a piece of fabric do they give you?
so Sherry did not give me a long enough piece.
Okay.
Because I was home, I cut it longer.
Okay.
So if you want to, if you'll notice,
Okay, so that basically, if you're cutting this out, it tells you to cut it at a certain length. So for this block, it tells you to cut the 8.5 or a 9, 2.5 by 9,
Right.
or 2 by 8.5. So if I've already got it all cut out, what am I going to do?
so you're going to use the 1.5
10?
by 10.
Okay.
Yes.
The 1.5 by 10,
Yep.
and again, you have the choice of A or B, and the A says "My Home Sweet Home," and a star.
Right.
Okay. So is that that's what we're doing, correct?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
All right.
And we're going to set that.
Okay. And now let's do our floral blocks.
Where do we put that?
Let's,
Because that's up in the middle.
which is okay because if we put that in the center, then we can put our floral block underneath America and then over to the side.
Okay. So leave it right where it's at, or do you want me to move it up?
You can move it up, yeah. I like to kind of group my stuff so when
Okay,
I
right.
have extra stabilizer that I can reuse,
Right.
it's all
We want to
together.
maximize our usage of our
Right.
hoop and our stabilizer.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so then let's bring in our floral block.
Same thing, the 10. So the 1.5 by 10 B.
Yep, we can do that. Now it's pretty simple, and then we're just going to move that over to the right-hand side.
Okay. But as you look at that, it's longer. But it's still the 10.
I don't know what
Yeah.
to tell you on that.
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay.
Is that all, just those 3?
No, we need one more
Okay, I
short
thought so.
floral block. Yep.
Okay. And this one here is going to be the 1.5
7B.
by 7B.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
And we're going to set that. And I believe that one can go. Yeah, see, we can't put that one in this hoop unless we rotate it.
Let's rotate it.
Okay.
You'll have to pull over to the middle more, or else it'll just flip. Yeah.
Okay, so then we're going to edit it, and we're going to rotate it 90 degrees.
And then slide it down to the bottom of your
And we're
hoop.
going to slide it down here.
I think you can move this one up to the line.
Okay, then we're going to take this one. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Look at that,
Nice.
guys. We got them all in the same, the 8 by 12 hoop. If you have a 9 by 14 or 10 by 16, obviously
worries,
that would
yeah.
give you a little bit more maneuverability, but this works great.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of our lines, I'm gonna actually take this one and move it down
Down just a
ever
tad.
so slightly. It just gives me more room to work
To
with.
work with, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, let's go back to the
Okay.
numbers. Let's see if they tell us. So they're asking the numbers of those again. And
okay, so the America is the 1.5 by 7,
right,
okay?
and that was A.
A, that's correct. The My Home Sweet Home is a 1.5 by 10. Okay, because those need to finish at 9 or something like that.
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
The floral one here is also the 1.5 by 10. Okay, it is longer because of the design. It will actually stitch off of your project, off of your whole thing.
Right.
It'll go longer. It'll stitch right off onto your stabilizer. You'll see that here in just a minute. And yes, I think it's B.
Yep.
Yeah. Then the one that we have down here at the bottom is the 1.5 by 7 B. C. I don't know, B. I can't remember. One of those. It's the floral
It's
one.
the
So
B,
when
yeah.
you pull it up, you'll see it.
You only have one option in those.
Yeah, yeah, Anita, same thing. For some reason or other, these measurements don't add up right. But yet, once it's all done, it comes out okay, other than your America. Don't trim your length.
Right.
So we cut it longer than the book. The length on here was fine.
Yeah,
as far
what-
as
what the
how you
book
cut
says.
it. But what the book says is, but just when you trim it, don't trim it on the length.
Yeah, because it will have you trim it at 5 inches, and it needs to be 5.5.
Right.
So just make sure
was
you're at
just
5.5.
ever so slightly. The
Yeah.
America was just ever
America
so
was-
slightly too short. The other ones came out fine,
Yep.
but the America was not. Okay.
Okay.
Let's stitch this out, and then you'll be able to see that a little bit better. Okay. So I still have my cloud in. Let's change this out to the cream color just for our batting and
Okay.
so on and so forth. Now, you could color sort these.
Yes, which I did. But I like to do all of my battings at the same time,
Right.
but we don't need to here.
Okay.
It'll go fine.
So I'm going to come out of that. I'm going to hit embroider, and I'm going to hit go, and it's going to go up here. And the first thing it's going to do is my America one.
Yep. So when you place your fabric on there, just center it so you
Okay.
have enough on both sides.
So again, on this
see.
one, I would trim my batting on the sides, but not on the length.
Correct. Yeah. This is, so you're just stitching our background stitching and the words, and then you'll sew all together at the sewing machine, correct, Nancy?
Yeah, that's,
Yep.
yeah. So these are just your stripes, and then you're gonna take it to your machine and stitch them all together to make a cute little flag.
Yeah, and they could have done stitch and flip, and they could have done it like we've seen them do this technique a lot of different ways, but I think this is kind of nice because you can use these different sayings for different things now.
So, nope, not,
Oh, see, I got my
just a habit, yeah.
hoop turned the
Just on the sides, not on the ends.
Unless you're Fern, and then you do whatever you want. I'm gonna regret it later.
You'll be fine.
Actually, I mean, it's more important to have your fabric longer than it is your batting.
You're right. Okay, so this is now just doing a placement line for my fabric.
Yep. And it may catch the batting, so.
I think we're good.
Okay, so America we want on white, and a lighter
I
color.
love this with the little bows.
Isn't that cute?
I love this fabric.
Yes.
So as you can see, as I'm placing this on there, I'm just kind of, you can see that my batting is the same length as my fabric, so this worked out great.
Yeah. Okay, so Nancy was confused. You're just putting them all on one hoop, or could you do them one at a time?
Oh, you definitely
one
can
at
do
a
them
time.
one at a time, Nancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We're just showing you how, like we said, to maximize your hoop and timing,
Yeah.
a lot of different things.
And you
to
don't
do
want to
with.
watch us sit and put stabilizer on for every hooping,
Yeah.
quite honestly. we want to teach you how to get the words in there correctly. Stitching the stripes together is very simple.
So what color are we doing, America?
Let's do the dark navy, rock navy.
Okay.
Sounds like it should be a rock song. Rock navy.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to show you one block at a time, but they're all going to be in the same hoop.
Yep. And like I said, at home, I go through and I do all my placement lines, and then I put all my batting down, and then I put my fabric down.
Yeah.
And so now you'll see, you'll have extra fabric on both ends of this block, and that will give you that 5.5-inch piece that you need.
It's funny because in doing the borders, I have watched this stitch out so
many
many
times.
times that I know exactly where it's going next.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to do my long border on my long arm. And I was going to just do each piece like you do on the embroidery machine on a flatbed. And then I saw Shelly's, and she had her whole quilt sewn together and the borders were on. And it's like, oh duh, you just do it like a regular quilt, and you...
Is lining it up going to be a little...
No, because when you do it, you multi-point your border, and so the machine goes where you tell it to.
Okay.
So I don't have to line it up. That just like took a huge relief off of me. And I don't have to worry because it's such a thin border. Like normally we get a good 2-3 inch border on these.
This is a
But
thin one.
It is such a thin border that we can.
Okay, number one down.
Okay.
Now it's going to do My Home Sweet Home.
So Donna's asking if anyone has converted the thread chart to Florian. I've found, like I have Florian for when I first started, and I found that if I go in and find the glide color, just Google the glide color and look at the glide color, then I can look at my Florian or whatever color threads I have and match it up to that. And then you can pull up the Florian color that you have and see if it's identical. I know I've seen conversions, but I think you have to search pretty deep into.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found a glide conversion chart. I think they're out there getting better, and they're out there a little bit more than what they have in the past. But yeah, between the Floriani and the glide or Hemingworth, there's not a lot of conversion charts. So I actually have a thread chart that I use and compare them that way. But if you don't have access to those, then you can purchase them. I do know that.
Them, yeah.
You can purchase. Don't color up.
This one I can.
Oh, or okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think you can on that one.
Oh, you scared me.
Sorry. My bad. I'm going to keep you on your toes there,
Yeah,
Fern.
you are. I already told her I was nervous sitting in this chair. I usually sit in that one. Okay.
So yeah, there's.
Oh, Stacy found something for you, so.
Oh, there you go. That's
Hub
from
and Dash.
Glide.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Stacy for the win.
Yeah. And that's the one thing that Kimberbell does do, is that theirs are all glide, which I can understand. You know, I'm sure that they get a little bit of a relief with as much thread as they use for glide.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said earlier, that's when I very first started doing machine embroidery. That was the one that I started with, was glide.
DC, thanks. That's a great help for Floriani.
Okay, we're gonna do the same, the navy on this too?
Yeah, I think it'd be weird if we didn't.
Ah, come on. Are you saying that?
That you're weird? No, I didn't say that.
Okay. I know, I would do it the same, but yeah. You don't want red in that, huh?
No.
I'm just kidding.
And I thought about doing red there, but blue honestly just stands out so much.
Yeah, it does.
And it matches your star block.
But you know, I think if you
If
want
did it,
red,
you could do it.
yeah, I think it would look just great.
So did you buy a second kit to do? The second fabric kit?
I did not.
Girlfriends
I
have
should
them
have.
for such a great sell.
That's a good deal, you guys. I'm still debating. Let's put
Yeah?
it that way. I'm still kind of tossing it in the air.
Well, I haven't gone home yet, and I haven't checked out downstairs at the register, so. There's
Yeah.
always time for one more.
Yeah, there is.
And really, I found that, like when I do something like this, I just start in the morning and I go and have a Diet Coke and lots of water in between, and and just keep going until I'm done. But like it took just a couple of days. Like I got a good solid, all of the applique blocks done.
Yeah.
In a day, and then
that's
it was
one
just
thing.
a matter of doing the
They
other
are
two.
definite. And yes, Nancy, they are still on sale. They were running it through today.
Okay, so they extended it.
They
since
extended
was
it,
yesterday.
from what I heard, they extended it through today because of this class. So
Perfect.
that was the last I heard. I'm hoping that they still do. If not, you call customer service
Todd.
and tell them Sandra said. No, I'm kidding. I have absolutely this much authority around here. Okay. So now to the next one. This floral design is
It is so
absolutely pretty. Yeah,
But it really gets lost on the red if using
it does.
this color. So,
Do you want to use red on them?
you know, why don't I use red on it? Because the red gets lost. I'm just thinking what other color.
You could still use this.
That's what I was looking for.
Actually,
Let's do
it's
the blue because it's
okay.
Let's do
Actually,
this
they have
cloud.
you use the white, the cream, the
Right.
pearl color, whatever color it is that you used. This one's pearl in the glide. I used ecru in the Hemingworth.
Because it's a little bit darker.
Yeah, because it is a little bit darker.
Yeah.
Batting, please.
Oh, yeah.
This is the long piece. Okay. Ooh, too short.
How'd
Got
I
me
do
a new
that?
one. It's a good thing we got more.
Oh, because our piece was longer.
Yeah. This needs to be, yeah. But,
It's really only going to be 8.5
okay.
inches.
Okay, this is the one that, okay, this is what you'll find. When you put this on here, your batting's going to be too short. Okay? This is the one that stitches off onto your stabilizer.
Do you want to tape?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
That's right. I forget that this is the one that's a little longer than normal.
Yeah.
I even said that it was, and then
That's-
totally spaced it off here.
And camera, I agree. I think we're going to use the cloud, the light blue. We used that for our background on our stars. I think it'll look nice. And the more I see other people's and some of the changes that they do,
Oh, I know. That's why.
that's a really good, like you like to wait longer. I like to get it to do it and move on to the next thing. But that's a really good argument for getting another one. 'Cause
Yeah.
Then I can, like, I don't need to, but I like to make two. What is my motto? Why do one when you can do two?
There
You
you
have
go.
a light and bright and dark and dirty fabrics. I like to, when I do two quilts, I like to do the different
I
colors.
think I tried to make that, so all you have to do is trim the sides.
You did a good job. That's why I like you.
Yeah. So yeah, I think there's some things that I've seen out there that I'm like, oh, I like that. I wouldn't have had to redo my other block.
And from personal experience, you can unpick and redo a block in the middle of the quilt. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. If you happen to put it on your quilt upside down, it can be fixed.
Upside down would be.
Yeah.
That picture
My
won't look
picture-
really great
my
upside
picture,
down.
It's going to be on
will
the
it?
floor every time.
It's gonna fall off onto the floor. I think a variegated would be great, Lenny. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
She says a variegated thread. Fabric, please.
Oh no, it's going to be short.
It's gonna be short. And then we're gonna change to the cloud.
Yes.
You're gonna do the
Yes.
light blue. Okay.
Yeah, we have some votes for light blue.
Okay. I like that boat. I'll move my hand out of the way, but because
hold
it's
it
short,
down.
you're gonna want to watch your foot here.
Yeah, where's your stiletto by Annie?
I know, it's in the drawer right there. My finger, I'm hoping my
It's gonna be
fingernail
too late.
works great. We're good. Got it. But hand it back to me, though. I might need it later on down the line. Okay.
So as you guys are doing your blocks, show them to us and let's see
Yeah,
what things you've added to
see
them.
'em.
Yeah.
I see all of you guys stitching away in there. I'd love to see how
Yeah.
your blocks are coming out. And thank you for joining us. This is
Yeah.
perfect. And I say this all the time. Thank you for inviting us into your home.
Yes, for sure. Sherry, you don't need to cut, just cut the strips as they call for it in the book.
Yeah.
Because you're going to cut it shorter than what they call for.
So yeah, when I did mine this first time, it was like, hey, Heidi, how are you?
You were like that?
Yeah.
First time? Heidi, every time she does a new block, hey, Heidi!
When I did this the first time, I thought, did I do something wrong?
Yeah.
It's too short. What did I do wrong? And I just went, okay, Sandra, trust the process.
Yeah.
And so I did, and it was good. Only one was the America block.
Yeah. So, is it Betty or Vet making the American block a little longer, will it cause it to not have enough fabric? No.
No.
If you don't, you won't have enough fabric. It turns into a 5-inch block instead, and you need a 5.5-inch block.
Just this nice, cute little flower on my stabilizer. There we go. Yeah, you can see that this just stitched right there on my stabilizer, and now it's going back
Put that
up.
up on your cork wall.
Yeah, no. So, yeah, like I said, you would think, oh my gosh, did I do this wrong?
Yeah.
And that was my first thought too.
You had these done before I did them.
Yeah,
You did.
I did these when I was in Canada.
Yeah. I had to call you, and it's like, did your America turn out too short? What's wrong? What am I doing wrong here?
Lenny, you're right. Thank you. I'm glad because, yeah, sometimes these classes are worth the wait.
Yeah.
Definitely on this one it is.
Well, and thankfully it's a quick, small block. It's not like a big, intense stitch out that you get to the end and something's wrong and you have wasted all that thread.
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
So wait, you can actually just leave the blue in there.
Oh, I guess I can because
Yeah.
this is just a lighter color, so
Yeah.
we're good.
Living on the edge.
Yeah. I just didn't want the navy blue underneath on the...
Yeah, for sure. Okay, and Judy should be cutting the batting longer for the last one, or is the reason it is like that? They made the block, it's a 10-inch block, but we only need an 8.5-inch strip for the flag.
Right, and this one
So
is
don't
going
worry
to
about
be
cutting the batting longer.
exactly the same.
Yeah.
The floral designs, the way they digitized them, they made them longer than what Kimberbell is using. So you're going to be going off of your stabilizer,
Off of your batting and
onto your,
fabric.
off of your batting and
Onto your
fabric
stabilizer.
onto your stabilizer on both of these. This is going to be the same way. So I'm going to make it this way. Okay. No, this way. This
So
is
yeah,
the top.
so you want,
This is the top right here. No, yeah. Okay, so then you got to look at this.
what flowers do you want on your
Right.
stripe or your strip there?
So, okay, so Abby, just show the screen right here. All right, so what's going to happen, the same thing that happened on this block right here. It came down to here, and then this flower right here was stitched out on the stabilizer. So this was the top of the block here. So now this is telling me here that this is the top of my block. But what if I want this flower to show on my block? So I would put my batting and my fabric down on this end instead of this end.
Right.
So that's, oh my gosh, all these decisions we have to make. Oh my goodness.
But honestly, they're flowers.
They're
Don't
flowers.
overthink it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Don't
Don't
overthink
overthink it. But that's just something that you'll
something
need
to consider.
Yeah, you'll need to look at it because it's going to cut this flower off right here.
And if you love that big flower on there, then move it over to that
Yeah,
side.
exactly. Okay, I'm just going to put this
Just
at the
gonna put it
top
on
and
there.
go for it. So I'm putting my batting up to this top edge.
And you know that's the top because when you rotated it, you remember
Because it starts.
it starts at the top. Good thing you had that stiletto by Annie, but you were talking. And
I know. Well, that's
Nice save.
It caught my batting.
Yes.
So that's the one thing about this. Yeah.
you can tape it down.
Okay, give me this. Never mind.
There
This
you go,
worked.
your-
All right, give me a piece of tape over there, girl. Thank
I got
you
one
so
ready.
much. I am going to tape that right there. Okay, that might be a big thing, and then I'm going to back this up
Which we learned in our last
Yeah.
class.
and press go.
And you were smart and started right on the batting, not even on the stabilizer.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, there we go.
Another thing you can do is you can lift your foot up just.
Yeah, this foot's down a lot lower
It's
than
very
what
low.
I would have thought it would be. It's
Mine would be up just one more
Yeah.
number. 2 is too high. You get too much bounce in it. But
There we go.
1 is just right.
Okay.
So if you flip the block around, you're still going to have your little flowers at the top and the big flower at the bottom.
Yeah, it just depends on
Yeah.
how you want to do it. Okay, trim that up. But just as a precaution, like we said, watch your batting and make sure your foot doesn't get caught. I was able to salvage
Saved it.
that
Yeah, you
really
did.
fast.
It didn't even stitch on the batting. Boy, that is a close trim there.
But
But I didn't cut the threads, so.
I can say that what it does when you get your hair cut too short.
That's right.
It'll grow out.
It'll grow out. But this one. Okay, someone's asking the trimming directions for the stripes. They are on page 42, right under where it says part A and part B. Your stripes are 5.5 by 2 inches and 8.5 by 2 inches.
Okay, so just really quick, Abby, right here at the machine, as I put this fabric down, you'll see it's a little short. Okay, I'm going to give myself enough on my seam allowance on this end right here.
Because you need that
Because this
quarter
is
inch.
the top, because you
Yep.
need that 1/4 inch right there. But you'll see that down here, I've still
It's
got a
gonna
little bit
stitch
of
right off.
batting and a little bit of stabilizer on this end. So I'm going to make sure I have my 1/4 inch seam for my fabric here.
You want any tape for that end down there?
And I'm going to just wiggle that around there a little bit there. And this end, I'm going to put just a little tad of tape. It will stitch on it. That's okay, I can pull it off. So there we go. All right, press go. This is going to do our tack down lines for our fabric first, down the two sides.
So Brandy, also on page 43 at the top, it says trimming instructions, and it says block by block trimming instructions. And it says after quilting, trim all the stripes to the standard size listed in the materials needed. So, and that's why I went back over to that part B on page 42. One thing I do, like, because I didn't want to go back and search that out, I write in my book with a friction pen. So if I, like, anything I highlight or anything I want to remember, I'll highlight with a friction pen. And then I just go back with my iron and tap the pages that I wrote on, and it all disappears.
Or you can erase it too.
Yes, or
yeah.
you can leave
Either
it
way.
there. Or, yeah.
I do too. I mark it up and then.
So what do you think about the light blue?
I like it.
I like it too.
I'm liking it. Yeah, I really do. I'm glad we decided that because it stands out just ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but enough to where you can see it.
It's not fighting the fabric.
Right. Now sometimes I think, well, once it starts stitching out on the stabilizer, I can just stop my machine. But the way they have this digitized, it goes down and then it comes back up.
Right.
So you can't do that.
You can't just stop it there.
So I'm just stitching on the tape and on the stabilizer, and it's just having fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, that big flower on the end is not going to be included in this at all. Which is okay.
Yeah.
It's not enough that it's gonna matter. Mini Post-it notes, Sherry, that's a great idea too. Oh, great, thank you, Stacy. She said that the fabric kits are still on sale, but you have to go through comment sold in order to purchase it on the sale price.
Well, that's good to know.
That's very good to know, thank you.
Yeah. So now once you trim up your stripes, it's going to sew together really nicely.
And I didn't trim my
Your
length until it was all put together.
Right.
I think we're done.
I think we're done. Yep.
Okay.
All
Now
right.
let's take a look and show them what happened here again. So just to show you.
Okay, so you've got your stitch out. You've got a little bit extra down here to sew into your seams, your 1/4 inch. And down here, it's stitched out. That's a beautiful flower.
I
The
know.
full flower right there.
Yeah.
Guess if you wanted to add extra batting in, then you just cut it off and put it on your corkboard.
And same thing with this one
Same
up here.
thing up here. Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to be short. The design's longer than the fabric.
Yep. So now, when we measure this, we're going to need 5.5 inches, and you can see 5 inches goes right to where it would have been. And so we're just going to go down to, and I just center that, and then when I trim it, then I'm just going to trim that 5.5 inches by 2 inches. And you've got on either side of your stitch down line there. So let's show them how to put these stars on.
Okay, so I can
we're
take
gonna
my
switch out.
embroidery foot off.
One
Okay.
thing while you're doing that,
And I'm going to put my regular foot
put
back on.
Yep. While you're doing that, on my background, I compared it to their picture to find my star placement. And I took a chalk, we call these a chalk pen,
Uh-huh.
and I just kind of marked, because you can see the stitching on their picture, and I just kind of marked where those were with that. And that gave me a place to place my stars. And so my stars look just like theirs. It turned out really nice. And then I took a little bit of glue and just put a dab of glue on those marks and set my stars on there. And by the time I got to the bottom and finished, my top stars were pretty dry. And then when I lifted it, all the stars stayed in the same, like in place.
So you did it
And-
before you put your flag all the way together?
Yes, because I didn't want that extra bulk
Okay.
being bumped around. And I'm going to, just for kicks and giggles, I'm going to try a glue stick. Oh, and you know what? A glue stick works really good. That's instant hold right there. So, and I tried to keep my holes horizontal, because that's how it's going to stitch out. So, I'm sorry, I kind of made a mess with that glue.
That's okay. It dries.
Okay, so on the machine, first of all, we're going to go to our button.
So I put it in
menu.
sewing mode, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so on Baby Luck, we have a buttonhole mode, and if we push that, number 423, we have a sew a button. And I feel like a lot of the machines have this. A lot of within, how long have I been sewing? 15 years?
Yeah.
A lot of them have them, the mid to higher range machines.
I need some white thread.
Oh.
Regular sewing thread, I believe, should be in here. If not, we'll just use this.
Okay.
But I want white.
Yes, because it's a white button.
And if I break the needle,
I'll take responsibility.
that's okay. It's all good. We got more.
You do.
Excuse
So
me.
to avoid breaking a needle, what are we going to do? We're going to test it, right?
Test it first.
So
Okay.
not all buttonholes are not created, all buttons are not created equal as far as the distance on where the holes are. So we're not using a foot. We're just going to use the, what is that called? The
shank.
The shank.
The shank on it. So what I've done is I put the shank back on, and here's my regular foot that I would have put on it around here somewhere. There we go. Anyway, I popped it off. And now all I have is the shank. So then I'm going to put this under here, and I'm going to, right there. Okay. Test it.
So now you don't want to hit go, you want to do it one more time.
Right. But do I want to put my foot down?
Oh yeah, you can put your foot down. Stomp that foot, girl.
Okay. All right, I'm just kidding. Okay, and it ever so slightly hits that
Button.
edge, the one point on the star.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm going to rotate my
Up.
wheel, and it
oh
doesn't
man,
fit.
that is like, yeah, it's like way close.
Okay, so do we need it?
No,
stitch.
I'm good. What I'm gonna do is move my button, move this over
Okay.
just a little bit, okay? Okay, now put it down. Okay, that's right on the
There?
edge. Nope, stop.
Okay, so
I moved it over
it's
too
a little
far.
wide. On my
Try it
machine, I
one more
had
time.
to
Just-
change the width of mine.
There we go. Oh, that's perfect.
So that it fits perfect. Okay, so now we know it's going to work.
Oh, I don't have a foot hooked up. Oh, I do.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
You're going to slow it down.
I'm gonna slow her down, boy.
Okay.
How many do I need to go?
It's going to stop.
Oh, it will.
It will stop.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
No, but okay. Can everybody see? Sorry, I put my hand in the way.
Sandra's not going to do these. Keep going. Oh, and
It's
then-
done. It does a little tack
Yep,
down.
and now you can hit your cut scissors. There you go. Are you going to go home and hand sew those now,
I
Sandra?
don't know. I didn't have to do my whole quilt in there though and do it that way. But yeah, hey,
So what do you think?
that worked out great.
Easy. Sewing those buttons on just
So it
became
did
really
like
easy.
about four times, and then it did a tack down, and it was done.
And if you want to do 4 more times,
Let's do another
you
one,
can
Fern.
do 4. Oh, she's
No,
digging
I
it.
just want to show them so that
Okay.
they can see what we've got going here. Let's do one more,
I'm
just
gonna-
because we can.
This time I'm going to put it on the button.
On the button,
Yeah,
just throw it on there anyway.
just because it. Well, 3 goes across the top, so we can just kind
Okay.
of space those.
Okay, back to the machine here. So I've got that. I'm gonna take my needle and put it down in my first hole. Okay, then I'm gonna put my foot down.
And when I put my foot down, I'll kind of hold my button so that foot doesn't push the button out of the way. Like
That's
it
just it.
doesn't
I want to
slide off.
make
I just wanna
sure
make sure
it's still in a good position.
Yeah.
Pull that over just ever so slightly. That's like super close. Just saying, you guys, that's super close.
And if you want to change the width by
Okay.
1,
Up or down? You did it. Okay, that's probably.
is that because
No,
it
no,
was
that's probably good. Yep,
okay?
yep, perfect.
So it's going to want to start up.
Okay, we ready? It's not catching.
Okay, so then just do it again.
I'm wondering if there we go.
Yeah. Sometimes rotating the wheel doesn't rotate all the way.
There
Did
you
I
go,
make you
girl.
a believer?
You
Did
did.
I actually make you a believer
You
in,
did.
in one of my fast ways?
You did. That was great.
I love it. So there you go. So now we're just gonna trim. We're gonna put our stripes together. If you sew the 2 short ones first and the 2 long ones, and you're gonna add the blue star square to the short side.
Uh-huh. And then you do your two
And you
two on
put
the
them all
bottom.
together, and you're done.
So there you go.
Yes. Any questions? Shelley, I'm with you. I don't hand sew. It's just
She said she's
I'm just-
allergic to hand sewing. I'm getting more and more
And I'm
so just
impatient.
because, especially with the weather changing and stuff like that,
Your hands
my
get-
arthritis in
yeah.
my hands is getting to the point where I can't do it as well as I used to do a lot of hand sewing. I used a lot of cross stitching and all that, crocheting and all
Yeah.
that. I've kind of backed off a little bit because it's kind of
Yeah.
hard on your hands.
Yes, it is.
So
So-
that's it.
Few questions. So changing the width is just the width of your stitch because you have a length and you have a width. So just shorten that or probably shorten. I
Well,
think,
it's the
with this
only one on the machine that will change.
Right, because you're not doing a length. So
Right.
Good point.
Right.
Scotch tape. Julie says she uses Scotch tape and then just tears the tape off. So that's
a great idea.
Instead of using your finger to hold the button in place, you can use.
My favorite friend
Yes.
here, Annie, is my favorite.
Hey,
Well, okay.
I just kicked her under the
Sewing
table.
tool.
How rude.
My stiletto by Annie is my favorite sewing tool.
She likes stiletto by Annie. I like stilettos to wear on my feet.
I can't do that.
Okay. Yeah, that looks like all the
Lenny,
questions.
I'll bet the variegated thread looks amazing.
Yes.
Post some pictures. Oh, wait, she's got it up there. Can you highlight hers?
Oh,
There we go, right there. Oh my gosh, Lenny, that's
and did you use
perfect.
blues? That's awesome.
She said a variegated.
See, I love these ideas.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, blue and
my
red went blue.
goodness.
I think I have
Yeah.
that one. What a great idea.
That's a great idea.
That's beautiful. And blue on her red, so it stands out better. That is all right. I
Way to
need a
go.
second one.
Way to go, Lenny. I like that.
I need a second one.
Yeah, that's perfect. Love it, girls.
Yeah, and I think I saw Stacy put in the comments that if you use SSSTEAL code, then it's
It's still
discount is reactivated. So
okay.
SS Steel, SSSTEAL.
Three
that
S's, T-E-A-L. 3 S's and teal.
Teal. There you go.
There you go.
Teal.
Awesome.
So.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, guys.
Yes.
We will
Perfect.
see you back here then at 3 o'clock. Fern and I are going to grab something to eat, take a break
Cold
for a
food,
minute.
yes.
I got to take a big deep breath and hope that I
You got
can.
one more. I know.
The
So-
borders and the scallop
Binding.
on the across the top, and we'll touch a little bit on the binding. So
And yeah, and that code is good for the fabric kit.
fabric kit only.
Yes, but it's half price, 50% off.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So there you go, guys.
okay, we'll see you at 3.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Hello.
We're back. We're back. Hey, so
Fed and happy.
yeah, exactly. I think I ate a little too much lunch. No, it was all good. How many of you guys are ready to finish this off with those borders and that scallop top?
I am. I've been being taunted all week by a certain person about doing it. So,
Well, I hope you will learn something from this anyway. You know,
definitely.
Kimberbell has done their borders, and you know, a lot of like on the hopping down the bunny trail, the little border that went across
Yeah.
the top of it was so cute. You know, and they do all of their borders. So I probably am not going to teach you anything that you don't already know on your borders as far as that goes. I can give you a few little helps and hints, but when you get to that scallop border, it is a little bit different. It threw me at first.
Has scallops instead of straight.
Well, not that. It was.
It is different.
It was almost backwards, and when we get to that point, I'll explain it to you. But so basically, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to show you a little bit about the border and how what I did to make it so that it lined up. And I was telling Fern, I said, Fern, you can look at my border, and I'll bet you anything. If you didn't know, you would never know where they joined. So, but after you do, as long as this border is, after you do it as many times as you have to redo it,
It's a lot of hoopings.
it's a lot of hoopings. It
But
is.
May I just say, if I look at anything you do, I never know where anything starts and stops because you are a perfectionist. I think what you're saying is that it's so
it's
easy to line up.
and it's doable.
Yeah.
It's doable. It's
Yeah.
very doable. So, the first thing I'm going to show you here is this hoop, and I think Sherry introduced it to everybody
She
a little
did.
bit when she did hopping down
Yeah.
the bunny trail. This is called a border frame. Okay, it can be used as a continuous border frame. If you're doing something like on a table runner or whatever, and then you can gradually move it up and down that way. I'm not going to go over all of that, but I am going to use it for my borders because I like the fact that it's narrow. It's super simple to hoop up. These just pop. That pops open. You slide your stabilizer in there. You just set it down there, and then you snap it shut.
Oh, that's
I'm like,
how easy
this
that?
is
Yeah.
how easy this is. This is just absolutely awesome. So if you're interested in this, it comes in 2 different sizes. This is a 4x12, and it also comes 4x7, I believe.
Yeah. Sherry, go ahead and put that in Sandra's cart.
Yeah. Yeah. But it really is great. It's definitely an investment. This is one of the hoops that I would say it's definitely an investment. So if you're going to be doing borders, continuous borders, or just borders in general, or something in a smaller area like this, it definitely would save you some time and hoopings and
Stress.
stabilizer and the whole bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely, long term, it would definitely pay for itself. But if you're interested in something like this is something, again, not on our website. You would need to call the store, and it is all it's called is a border frame. And so you could definitely reach out to us here, and we would be happy to get you. And I do know that Lisa has said that they've ordered several of them, so they're not
Yeah, she
here
expected
yet.
them to be here by now, so
Yeah.
it should be any time.
Any day they should be here. But this really is. I loved it, and thank you, Sherry. You may not get it back.
Ah, there we go.
Just
Problem
kidding.
solved.
Yeah,
Problem
exactly. Just kidding. Anyway, she knows where I live. Oh wait, no, she doesn't.
There we go.
So, yeah, it definitely is a great one. So anyway, you just kind of hoop this up. All right, now the first thing is that what Kimberbell has you do on this is you cut 3 1.5 or 2 inches by the width of fabric. And then they have you sew all 3 of them together. So you're obviously that's just 2 seams.
Really long.
But it's really long, okay? And even in this hoop right here, I used 2 of them in the hooping. So I put one in and then put another one in, and I did 2 at the same time. So my recommendation is to do it, go ahead and sew all 3 strips together and then cut them in half. And then you could do 2 in the same hooping. I'm only going to show you 1 in the same hooping because I've done them all, and I'm just going to show you how to do it. We're just going to do it on a smaller scale, okay? But I'll show you how to do it and then line it up for the next one and do the second one, and then from there, you're on your own. And you can do the other 15 hoopings.
There you go.
On your own. No, I'm kidding. But it takes a few hoopings to do it.
And Colleen, to use a larger hoop, you still can only do 2 at a time because you've got to
2 sides.
join them. Yeah, you can't do all 4 ends and meet in the middle because it won't meet in the middle.
Yeah.
So you have to start at one end and work to the other end.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 sides.
Yeah, just your 2 sides.
yeah.
So you can only do 2 in one hooping.
But you could do 2 and the top scallop border.
Yeah, if you're going to use a larger, let's say you're going to use the 9x14, or even if you have the larger hoop, the 10x16, you definitely could do 2 of these and 2 of your border, your scallops. Now the thing with the scallop, the longest length again is 12. This one does come in a 14, so you could use a 14, a 9x14, and do it that way. But I wanted to show this hoop because it was just fun to use. It just was really fun to use it. So this one, again, is the 12-inch. So I am going to use the 1x12 file is the one that I'm going to use. It does come 1x14. I figure those extra 2 little inches is not going to make a big difference.
So they're asking what the difference is between this A7 and the 7A2.
Okay, so
So I'm going to pull it up.
okay. I think okay, go ahead.
So
These are the 7A. This one is, I think,
is it the design that's on him?
I think it
Probably?
is. Yeah,
I
because
would say
I
that's
think
it.
all I brought with us is the what I needed for this
Yeah.
is the 7A.
And the other one is a floral design.
I believe that's what it is. I think the difference is the words or the floral is the difference between the
Yeah.
A7 and the 7A2. What? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
I think that's what it is the difference in this. So what we are going to use today is the 1x7 or
1.5.
1.5 by 7, and it's in the 12.
12
and we're
inches.
using the 12-inch one. So make sure that you go into your borders. It'll say Patriotic Borders, and it'll give you those different ones, and
Yeah.
it's the wording on it. Is what it is. So we're going to do pretty much the same thing as what you do with applique. It's going to do your placement line for your there we go. For your batting and placement line for your batting, tack down line, and all of that other stuff that we do. And again, this just brings it right down the middle. So page number. Okay, your page number is on 45. On 44, it gives you your filler blocks. On 45, it talks about your borders.
Yeah, and I agree with Nancy. It was an interesting way of naming the blocks this time.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
we all seem to be able to roll with it and figure it out, though.
Eventually we do,
Yeah.
don't we? And I had purchased the big long piece of batting, and so I
Yeah,
just
you
cut
did.
my
Nice.
1-inch strip, and
Excuse me.
I'm gonna put that on there like that, and then I will cut it like that. Do you want me to tape it, or you
So,
good?
you know what I like to do is just dab a little glue stick on there. And then I don't have to mess with tape, which I love the tape, but
That's a great idea.
if I don't have to
In
pull
fact,
tape off,
In
I'm
fact,
happy.
I experimenting a 1-inch border. Yeah, it is.
That's what it ends up to be.
Yeah, it ends up as a 1-inch.
Yeah. But you need that 1/2 inch for your seam allowance.
Yeah. Okay. I experimented with this hoop a little bit to try to do the continuous, because that's what this hoop is made for. That needs some help. It is a continuous border hoop, and I experimented with it a little bit. But if you're putting batting in there, then you've got to glue your batting to your fabric and use it that way. And I'm like, at 10 o'clock the other night, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do the tried and true way. You can do it. It is doable, and I got 2 sections of it done that way.
Yeah.
And then I went back and went, you know, I'm not going to teach that because not everybody has this hoop, so I'm going to teach them the way that it needs to be taught.
Yeah.
So.
I see what you did here, so you don't have to trim both sides.
Yep.
That's sneaky. And Kyle said that she likes that it goes around twice. That drives me crazy. I'm always stopping it and just going
are you
around one
just doing
time.
go around once?
Yes, because it's down. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cover it up with another piece of fabric.
Sherry said she has one for a Viking. It's called the Endless Hoop. I have one for my
You have
fast.
that.
I have one for
And
my
you
fast.
do use that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree, Heidi.
Heidi's
Like I
smart,
said,
yeah.
there's the 7 and the 12. I probably would not use the 7-inch one. And I have, Mary, I have no idea if they have one for
Bernina.
Bernina.
I would imagine they would. It would really surprise me if they didn't.
Right.
So Bernina does have a lot of top of the
Oh,
line
they have,
machines,
I'm
yeah.
sure they do. I didn't get it on there very
You know, when
straight
you
though, did
learn,
I?
well, it's fine. When you learn on a machine, that becomes your favorite kind of machine, you know?
It is.
And like, I don't know for anybody else, but for my brain, it's just hard to relearn a whole new process when it's that detailed. So,
Okay. So Ute says, yes, Bernina has them. So yeah, yeah. And a continuous hoop, I think is great. It serves its purpose in different ways, just like any of the other ones. So yeah.
well, and you can have you've got your stabilizer on your roll, so you're just sliding everything in your fabric. And I've seen them used for tablecloths and, like you said, table runners and
Yeah.
like. Really
But they
just
also have you.
elegant.
Well, the videos that I watched, they actually had you use fusible stabilizer, and actually fuse that onto your fabric.
So you're not having to worry about two separate things.
Correct. So you actually fuse that on
Yeah.
there, and so it's just your whole thing. You're just moving it back and forth. But again, they didn't have batting under it and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, okay. So I'm just going to put this piece on here, and yes, you do put fusible backing on your borders and on your scallops. So yes, you will want to do that. Again, you'll want to leave a little bit at the top here, just so you can have a little bit of a seam at the top. So I am going to tape that there. And then what I like to use myself, was it the second drawer down? Yep. Is double-sided tape. Whenever I'm doing any borders like this, I use a double-sided tape. And Kimberbell has you take their tape, roll it up, works just as good. But I love the
You just
double-sided
stick it right
tape.
at the bottom.
And I'm going to put this right here on the bottom of this, right there. And then I just kind of make sure that it works in between those lines, and it does. Now, the one thing that is a little bit different, they tell you in the instructions that you can cut these at 1.5 or a 2-inch. Okay, so if you cut it at 2-inch, it gives you plenty of wiggle room as you're doing this. You cut it at 1.5 inch, then you got to make sure that it's lined up right down on the sides here. But if you cut it at 2-inch, then when you're done, you've got to go back and trim it down to 1.5. So it's 6s as far as whatever works best for you. Okay. Now, another thing that I did on mine, in the instructions, it's having you use the darker, it's the cobalt.
Yeah.
It has you use the darker blue as your background, as your color for your background quilting design. I wanted this to show, and so I used the cloud blue color. And so let me show you that on here so that you can see the difference of this, okay? So as you can see, I use the blue color here, and you can actually read it and see my stitching. The same thing on my scalloped border here on the top and the bottom. I just thought this was such a pretty design, and if you can't see it, if you use the same color, you're not going to be able to see it, and I wanted it to show. I just loved this. I just thought this was really pretty, and I like the way it turned out. So I wanted
Yeah, I love
I
that.
wanted to see it. I think it adds to the
Pops.
quilt.
Yeah, it definitely gives it a nice pop.
So I used the cloud color of, I used the cloud color on my stitching, and so that's what
Yeah.
we're going to show you here today too, because I wanted to see the stitching on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in starching the borders,
Yes, I did.
yeah, like the stiffer you get, the more crisp and the nicer
Easier it is.
they stitch out.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did use a spray starch. I just the Quilter's Magic is what I used on mine. And
Yeah.
Lenny's going to use her variegated thread, and I think that's perfect.
That's awesome. I might be restitching my scallops top and
Top and
bottom,
bottom?
now to do a variegated on all the way around.
I think yeah. So again, this is not one that you're going to be able to second guess, because it doesn't start at the top and say, okay, it's done all of this and it's done at the bottom. No, not the case.
No.
You're going to come all the way down. It's going to go all the way back up to the top.
And Kimberbell's designs really do it that way.
Yeah.
They like
Their digitizers
their
are,
digitizers go all the way down and back up,
yeah.
which blows my mind how they can
Yeah, I agree.
figure that out.
And it goes right to the very bottom edge.
Yeah, it was such a nice stitch. I know, like, just trying to write a name from the alphabet in my machine. Well, my machine now does much better than my first machines, but like, you could never tell what they said. You know, it's stitching my kids' names in their underwear, whatever.
And a lot of that's the font
Yeah.
that you use, the different fonts that you use. So yeah.
They've come a long ways in this small stitching. Okay. That was a teaser because it is not really finished. We got a ways to go.
Yeah. Okay, then this is the great part about this hoop here, is that all you got to do is snap this,
Pinch
it pops
that.
it open, and then you pull it out of the top, and it's ready to go. So that's the one thing that I just thought, wow, this hoop is fun to use. This is awesome. Now, you can trim these however works best for you, but this is the way I do it. I flip my stabilizer over, and if your scissors are sharp enough, it just slices it over. And like I said, we've been doing borders with Kimberbell from the time they introduced the No Place Like Home pillow. Was the first border that they introduced and that I taught. And now it's like doing machine applique. It's just as easy as all of it, right? Okay, and then I'm going to pull those off of there. All right, so there's our first section right there. Okay, so again, and the smaller, the 12-inch piece of stabilizer, the roll of stabilizer works really nice on this because it's almost like the exact right size that it needs, but we have this one here today, so this is what I'm using. And the thing about it is you could have all your stabilizer cut and ready to go.
So Judy, the baby lock and the brother hoops are interchangeable. They have the same garage here for him to slide into, so that should work.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
And Nancy, yeah, stitching the stars looks really nice too. There's
Yeah, I agree. I think it
Yes.
looks really great.
you can bling them up, put a little
Oh yeah.
bling on them.
Put some of those gems,
Yeah.
the hot fix gems on it. I think on each star would be really cute,
Yeah.
really nice. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's great.
I was going to use that for on America. I was going to use the hot fix and where my family kids live, and that's when I realized the pearls go on the quilt. So I had to find the pearls, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh, well. So I used the pearls to kind of pinpoint the states that my kids live in.
I was gonna say.
Did she get pearls on hers?
Oh, she put them on. Hers are on the flowers.
They go on the flowers. They come to go on the flowers, but there's extras.
Okay.
So I added them down on the United States too. And you do get 2 extra stars buttons. So if you want some extra stars on your flag, you can stick them anywhere you want. You could do a star for where you live, your home state, or
That'd be
that'd
great.
be fun, huh?
Different places you visited, maybe, or I like the fact that different places that your kids live, maybe.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'd have to have one of mine off the
Off the map.
map. Not too far off, just barely above
barely.
Montana.
You could do it.
Yep, just barely above Montana. Yeah, I can understand that, Nancy. I think that's one of the things that have held me back on the cup of cheer, of getting it down off of the wall.
Is doing the embellishments.
Doing all those embellishments. I mean, you got to sew the snaps, and you got to sew the hooks, and you got to do that. And I'm just like, oh, I don't want to do this.
I know there's another Oilers game coming up.
Yeah, there is. And you know what else? Those new lights, that they have, that you can
Hang around
actually
your neck.
wear around your neck.
You can
Perfect.
do that, yes.
Yeah. Those are perfect for any kind of hand stitching, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll never know.
Well, come on, Fern, you do some handwork. Have you tried the punch needle?
You know, let's talk about that off there.
Okay.
No, I started it. I started my one from Tug, and I learned how to do it. And I just have the hardest time sitting there, and it feels like I'm not doing anything because my machine's not going, which it could be, but
Yeah,
it's
good.
like there is no excuse why I don't have it done. But I do take it with me every time I go on a trip. Like, I went to Albuquerque with me, didn't get it out of the car. It's come to Logan with me a few times. Yeah.
I took
It's-
mine to
it's
Canada,
coming
and
to-
it's almost done.
Yeah, it's coming to Gallus with me. That's my goal, is to finish it. And I have more to do. I bought some more, but
They're actually quite rewarding.
you keep saying that. I just need to do it so I can feel rewarded, I guess. I do like instant gratification, so it should be like the perfect thing for me. Just haven't.
Well, that's the one thing that embroidery and sewing, quilting, and all that does for you, isn't it?
It does, yeah.
It gives you that instant gratification
It does.
and the fact that
I
I
did it.
did this.
Yes.
That's one thing that I did too.
Yeah, and my needle punch would do that much faster.
Yeah, Sherry said it hasn't gone to the top of her list yet either.
Yeah. Yes. Right now it's sitting at the top of my stairs to go down to my sawyer. It was like, no, I'm just gonna leave it there. So if I'm sitting upstairs, I can do it, but
Yeah. How often do you sit upstairs though?
when my husband eats dinner, I'll come up and sit with him.
But then if you're doing punch needle, you're not paying attention.
Well, it's kind of mindless though, right? Because you're
Yeah, kind of. And in a way,
yeah.
you still have to kind of pay attention.
Once I learn,
Yeah, once you learn.
once I get the groove, the rhythm of it.
Right. Now, Fern, the one thing you'll notice about this hoop is anytime it stops, it immediately takes you to the middle of your hoop.
Okay.
The reason for that is because of these clips.
And you don't want him to
And
get
you
caught.
can't take it out. Because, you know, say your needle's up here and you've got to try to take this out.
Oh, okay.
It won't come
You've
out.
gotta slide it.
So the one thing about this is really nice is that anytime it stops, it immediately goes to the middle of your hoop, of the middle. So that, I was like, what? It's moving and I haven't done anything. That's why.
That's why.
Okay, so I'm going to take, again, my double-sided tape.
Now you're going to use it at the top and the bottom this time.
Correct.
And that was one of Kimberbell's first
Recommendations.
recommendations. I know that I've heard Kim say that.
Yep. So I'm going to put that on there. Then I'm going to fold this back like that. And I can see right here where my batting is, okay? And I can actually line that right up with it. So I'm going to take that and line that up, okay? And then I'm going to take this and again, come right down. I kind of hold on to it because I give it a little bit of a tug here to line that up.
So you just want it like taut.
Yeah. And get all those little scissors are off. Oh, I still didn't get it, did I? There we go. Okay. So that's where it's going to stay, right there. So then I'm put this back in my machine and don't push go.
Okay.
Okay.
So this morning, Kyle was asking about this sliding in and it being difficult. I'm noticing it a little harder with this hoop, but one thing with this slider, if you lift your hoop up and tilt it just a tiny bit
Towards the embroidery arm. Okay.
upwards, then that helps it slide in a little easier.
Okay. That's
This
great.
one is really hard, but
Yeah.
I have the same machine Kyle does, and I'm not starting it.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
as you notice, this is right there in the middle of the hoop.
Yes.
Okay, so what we need to do, what we're going to do, is we're going to move this just one stitch. So
Plus?
plus one. Okay, so it's going to take us right there where we're going to
Okay.
start. Okay, then we're going to use our laser.
Which is W plus
Mm-hmm.
up here.
And that's going to show us right where our needle comes down.
Okay.
Okay? Did it show it? Does it show it?
Yes, it's just to the right. of
Okay. So what I'm then going to do is what that does is it's going to give us our tack down lines down the side here. Okay. But then I'm going to advance it to the next step.
Okay.
Okay. So advance it to the next step. Now tell me where my needle comes down.
It's right. Well, it's right on the star.
Okay. So
Depends on if my fabric is up or down. 'Cause I kind of want it down.
It's going to be
don't I?
down. It's
Yeah.
going to be down because that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
So where is my needle coming down?
right to the right of my line on my
Okay,
star.
so
I'm off just a touch.
I need to move it just ever so much. Okay, so just take this right here at the top. Just take
Can
it.
I not move my design over?
I don't want. No, we're
Okay.
going to move this. You could.
Okay,
But
so
we're not going
I'm
to
taking
because
this off
then
here.
you have to go into edit,
Okay,
and then it takes you back to the first. So just take that up.
off the tape.
Take it off the tape ever so
You're
slightly.
trusting me.
I am. And you're going to move it over just a little tiny bit to where
So it's
that
right on.
lines up right on.
Okay,
Okay? And then press it down.
okay. I'm
Okay.
having a hot flash. This is like stressing you.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can see right where that's going to come down.
Yes.
And it'll take a couple of stitches forward, and then it will start the design.
Okay.
Okay. But what do we have to do now?
I'm going to go back and stitch down my
Okay.
sides.
So then we're going to go back to the other step. And now where's that
Now
light
it's-
show?
It's all right on.
It's right on. Okay.
Okay.
And hit go.
And you know I'm leaving my finger back there because
Well, just
the stiletto by Annie is so close I could have used it.
Barbara, this is called a border frame. This is what it's called. It's called a border frame. And again, this is the 4 by 12 size. Ah, Donna, I'm sorry. I didn't know if this one would work on a meridian or not.
It should.
And Judy, I told you, it is definitely, yeah, the price is a lot. I will tell you that. But if you're doing a lot of borders, if you're doing a lot of, things like this, and see again.
Okay, I'm going to take it out so we can see how perfect
Okay.
that is. Just because I did it and it was perfect, so I got to show it off.
Yeah, okay. So
Thank you, tutelage.
just look at this right here. If you can see up close, those two lines right there are exactly, you can hardly tell a difference where one ended and the other one begins.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly, a little tiny. And that came right down. And it is just like perfect. That is the one thing about that laser on the machine like this is that right there is priceless.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
To help line up anything like this is absolutely the best thing. Now, if you don't have that, another way you could do it is just drop your needle. Take it to that place, advance your stitches to wherever needs to happen, drop your needle, and if it's not dropping in the
right
place where it's
spot.
supposed to, then you can make those adjustments. So I'm not saying I can't do it because I don't have a laser on my machine. No,
Yeah.
no. Does the meridian,
The meridian is the highest end of an embroidery machine.
embroidery
so-
only.
Yes, but yeah, so it's going to have a laser.
Okay. Yeah, Mary Jo says yes, it does. I'm not familiar with the meridian. I've not worked on it.
It's like an Altair without sewing.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it should.
Yeah. And this hoop should work great in it because it's like the
Yeah.
Altair.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that she hasn't found that button yet. Well, we can show you what it looks like on this
Yeah.
machine.
It says it's a W plus button.
Yeah, and it looks like your foot.
Yeah,
your
it looks like
embroidered.
your
Okay,
embroidered foot.
it's this one right. I can't touch it, or it will.
Right
the
there.
machine will stop. It's right there at the top. On this machine, it's right here on
I'll
the.
use my red nail. It's right. There we go.
Put it on your bucket list, because yeah, it is a very expensive hoop, and it's like all of them. I'm thinking, why do these hoops have to cost so much
Yeah.
money?
But like on embroidery club day, you get 20% off. Watch for double, triple points. You get money back that way.
Yeah.
Like watch for those extra deals that girlfriend does.
Yeah, so those are definitely times that you want to look at,
Yeah.
Again, if you get double or triple points, that would be a huge thing. They don't normally go on sale, but you can use your codes, your coupon codes, or if Girlfriends has a 20% off coupon, 15% on
Everything embroidery,
Day,
yeah.
whatever it is. So yeah, that definitely would be a help.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of the bite of it off. But yeah, that's why I don't have one yet either. That's why I
That's why
borrowed
Sherry's not getting
Sherry's.
this one back.
Next time I do another one that needs borders, I'm borrowing your hoop, Sherry. Just so you know, I'm just gonna
Get
put it
ready.
out there.
And you probably have to deliver it up here too, so.
Yeah. So basically, that's it on this. So, And so, Sandy, that's a perfect question to answer at this point because that's exactly where I was going to go. Okay, so let's take this out. As far as, because I did cut these at 2 inches. Okay, and you gotta make sure and take your double-sided tape off, or you'll end up with tape all the way down your border.
When using your rotary cutter, just make sure you don't cut your fabric in your border.
Yeah, be extra careful.
I've seen that happen. There's one thing I have not done, but I've read that where that's happened, so be really careful.
Yeah.
Now watch, I'm going to go home and do it. I'm going to be calling you midnight. Sandra, guess what I just did?
Uh-oh. Yeah, jinx yourself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what I did with mine is I took, did we put that ruler away? We did. And I measured it here. So this needs to be 1 inch from this line here to this line here is actually 1.25 inches right there. From your tack down lines, it's like 1.25 inches, okay? So what I did is I wanted this to be 1.5 inches. This is backwards to me. There we go. Oh, I did cut these at 1.5 inches. I didn't cut these at 2 inches. But my other ones that I did at home, I did cut them 2 inches, okay? So then what I did is I took it and I measured from this tack down line here and trimmed it at that. And it was like 1/8 to 1/4, about 1/8 of an inch is what I did.
Yeah,
and then I just took my rotary cutter and cut it.
If it's a full 1/4 of an inch, you're gonna, when you sew that 1/4 of an inch, you might be scanned and you end up with that line on the outside of your quilt.
But you can just go ahead and leave it. And when you sew this on, what you use is you use your tack down line for your batting as your seam line. So when you're sewing this, what you do is you take this and use this line. It's going to go over a little bit more, over the edge a little bit more. But this is the line that you use for your seam line when you sew this onto your quilt.
And that actually gives you a perfect
1/4 inch.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So basically that's how you do these borders, just like that, of course, and then you go and do the other one. So the one recommendation that I do give you though on this is to go ahead and sew all of them together, cut them in half, do 2 in 1 hooping. That works the best. And then you have plenty to put on both sides of your quilt. So it'll be enough to go from one side to on the other side of your quilt. It works out really well.
And you said you had about an extra 5 inches?
I probably had an extra 4 or 5 inches. Mine measured 55 inches.
Okay.
Because I remember
Before
that because I
your
did it
scallops,
yesterday. Yeah, because you put those on. So yeah, mine measured 55 inches and you're doing 120. So in reality, you have about 5 inches on each one left over. So it works out really nice. So
nice.
Anyway. Okay, let's go to the scallop border. It is a 4 inch. Okay, I'm gonna maneuver some of my stuff around here. Okay, so you're going to cut 2 pieces of fabric that are 23 inches long, and you're going to put fusible backing on both of them. Okay, so I've got both of them here. We're only going to do one, but I've still got another one to do. But anyway, here's my and then your batting, I cut it at like 3.5 inches. Okay, So let's hoop up my stabilizer one more time. All of this mess is driving me crazy, Fern. I'm sure you realize that, right?
Yep. Allison is not the only one that likes to work in a neat space.
Yeah, I am definitely that way. I like my stabilizer to have a nice straight line too. You guys are watching all of my habits here.
Which is weird because you sew your stabilizers together and it's like all patchwork. But then do you square it up before you put it in your hoop?
But it's not patchwork because they're all straight.
Oh, it's a
Straight
thing.
pieces.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's bring it in. So now the thing you've got to remember, depending on what size hoop you're using, okay, depends on, okay, let's start over here. The longest piece that they have on this design is 12 inches, okay? But say you have, your biggest one is a 6x10, then you have to use the 10-inch one. Say your biggest one is a 5x7, then you have to use the smaller one. Okay, you just need to make sure that whatever you do, you have 7 loop tops on your scallops. You need 7 scallops, okay? So we're gonna use the 12. It has 4 scallops, okay? So then our next one that we're gonna use is gonna be the 10, and then that adds up to our 7 scallops. So it depends on which size hoop you're using, whatever your machine is capable of using. So we're using the 12-inch. So we're gonna put that in there and we're gonna start this up. Now, the one thing that you'll notice about this design is instead of starting your stitching on your background quilting, it starts at the bottom, not at the top. That is what really threw me. I'm like,
Right.
What? What? And we'll show you. So obviously this is all the same. It's doing a placement line for our batting. But when we get to that point, we'll show you that.
Yeah, and that threw me off because
You're used to it.
you're used to doing the top. So when I did,
Going from the top.
Yeah, and I put mine in a bigger hoop and I did both at the same time. And I'm watching it stitch out and I'm go to lay my batting down. It's like, this is not gonna be a happy thing. Because
It definitely makes it challenging, but we'll show you how to do it. Now I think you flipped your design, right?
well, my first one, I stitched out as it came in. So it stitched out from the bottom to the top.
Right.
And then my next one,
When you lined it up.
yeah, I realized that, here's the big ones. I realized that I was not having enough fabric if I did it the way I normally, if I put my fabric on the way I normally do it, then all my fabric would be at the bottom, which is really the top.
Okay. I'm not picturing that, but okay, I'll show you.
Because this is,
Right.
yeah, so I put my, if I normally would put my fabric at the top and have my excess towards me. But you have to have your excess to the top. No? Okay, well, I'm going to learn something new because my brain did not understand what was going on.
Okay. Okay, so again, it's just putting this on here. Abby's behind the camera today. Yay, yay, shout out for Abby. She's chasing us around and making you guys dizzy. Yeah. Oh, Sue, my batting, I cut it at 3.5 inches wide. My fabric was 4. I cut my batting at 3.5.
And I'll usually, like the size of my design, my base, I'll usually cut it. Like I go 1/4 inch, but on this I would do a 1/2 inch.
Yeah. Thank you, Sherry. We have the same nail lady, believe it or not.
We do.
But she always makes sure that she never does our nails the same.
Yes. Like, I'm surprised they're as alike as they are with that.
Yeah.
With the swirl.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we don't get a commission for referring people to her, but if you do, if you're in Salt Lake,
Yeah, I've been
She's
going to
not in
her
Logan.
for close to,
Oh.
I'll bet 25 years.
it's got to be more than that because I've been going for
How,
almost 25 years.
Okay, so Sarah, her daughter, she was pregnant with her daughter, just
Oh,
barely
yeah.
pregnant with her daughter. And I think her daughter might be 27 actually.
Yeah, 27. Right.
So yeah, long time. And Sherry says she's in Ohio. Don't feel bad, Sherry, because guess what? I travel to Salt Lake every 3 weeks to get my nails done. And people are like, are you crazy? Aren't there nail people in Logan that can do them?
Not like her.
Not like that. Well,
And she's fast.
she is fast.
And
yeah.
she doesn't hurt you.
No. And plus, I have 2 boys that live down there. And so I try to make it so that I can spend at least a little bit of time with my boys and or my grandkids. So yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even get back down there for
Ever.
every
Yeah.
6 months. No. It's amazing how many times we go down.
This is one that I could not trim in while it was still on my machine. I had to get out.
I tell people don't do that.
I'm always.
I don't even do, I really do not do that. I know there's a lot of people that do, but I do not.
I'm just lucky the machine stops when I.
Right. At least it stops for you, right?
Most of the time. I'm not committing to that.
I was really happy to see when Kimberbell came out with their longer pieces of batting,
Yeah.
and you'll notice that this is just square. This is not going into your scallop edges here for your placement for your fabric. Okay, and again, I'm going to use my double-sided tape. Even on the first one, I always did. Okay, again, I'm going to leave just ever so slightly a little bit up here at the top. And you have a lot of playroom also with this. You have a little bit of extra on both sides here. Okay. So, if you'll notice on the camera, hold on, let the camera get to that point. Oh, you're okay. You'll notice it went to the bottom of the hoop.
Yeah.
So this is like, it was odd. Dee, no, it's in 2 weeks that we're doing the check-in. Oh, I didn't get that centered on there very good, did I? I got lots of room.
Well, you've got the side that's important.
Yep.
No, you're good. good.
Okay, and on this one. Yeah, this takes a few minutes here to stitch out your scallop design on here. Yeah, that right there was the oddest part for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so if it's going to start at the bottom, when I go to line this up, how am I going to make sure that it's right?
That's why I called you.
I know.
Yeah. So on the next hooping, I flipped it and it lined right up. But you're
Okay.
going to show me a different way.
Yeah. I mean, that worked. That would definitely
it works.
work.
Yeah, my flowers are all the same way, in the same order.
Yeah, it definitely would work that way. And we will. She's asking if we're going to talk about the binding. And yes, we are. Such a cute design. I'm just like, oh
I
my
really
gosh.
like this.
The way they have this digitized out is actually really cute.
This would be really cute on a bag.
Oh,
Like how you
yeah.
have a fabric and then a solid strip of fabric. And
So say like, not you wouldn't put it on the bottom, but
no, but like if it was a two-tone bag and you had flowers on the bottom or design on the bottom and then a solid fabric on top to stitch this
Yeah.
and to have this, even to have this scalloped along the top would be
Yeah.
really, really cute.
it's really cute.
In a variegated thread.
Oh yeah.
My variegated threads are coming out, I'll tell you that.
And Lenny, yes, on the
Yeah.
on a shirt.
Oh, yes.
How about across the shoulder on a shirt?
Yeah.
Sure, Dee. While that's stitching out, she wants to see the ribbon block.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think Sherry showed these last week. But let's just show you this one here, that how I, on mine right here. Now, I will say I haven't trimmed the bottom of them yet, so I just put them on there the length that they were, that they tell you to do, and then you trim them up a little bit, so, okay. Abby, I'll bring the camera over here to the table for a second. So, obviously you have your background quilting on the underneath part of it. I did it in this, no,
Cloud?
I
Did you
did
do-
it in the teal
The teal?
color. I did it in the teal color. Anyway, and then you just lay out your ribbons, and you know what? You can lay them out however way you want, and then you stitch across the top, because you just lay them out and then stitch them across the top. But
I'm just saying Sandra ripped her fabric.
I did. I
So.
ripped it.
Somebody asked me the other day, did you rip it? I was like, no, I didn't. I cut it with my rotary cutter that has the scallop
the
edge
scallop
on it.
edge
Yeah.
on it. Yeah, that'd be a good way
Looks
to do
cute.
it too. So, and then I just kind of put those in there so you could see them, and then did the other ones along the side a little bit. I wanted to make sure that these didn't get covered up.
Yeah.
My saying ones didn't get covered up. And I really do like this plaid. It's a cute plaid.
It's really cute.
I just left about little over a quarter of an inch
On each side.
on each side here. And did that. But as you can see, I need to trim them. They're a little long still. They need a haircut. So I will do that before it's all said and done. But yeah, I hope that helps. Dee, I hope you can.
Oh, Lenny put hers in the bottom seam to keep her
At
cat
the
from
bottom.
playing with them.
Oh, if you've got animals
Brilliant.
that would take care of that, then that definitely be one that you would want to
Yep.
do.
You imagine them jumping up and swatting them all
Yeah.
day long.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a fun one to do. I thought they were. I don't know that there was one of these blocks that I would say would be a challenge.
Right.
If you've done any Kimberbell before, the 8-point stars were done a little different than I was ever used to. I never thought that they would be done that way. That was like,
Yeah.
wow, that's different. But yeah, all of them were pretty simple. I was tempted to redo at least this one and do it the same way as this and put the background quilting on top of this. But I thought, you know what? I'm going to
gonna
put
have
a picture in there, so I don't.
Not worried about it.
It wasn't worth me redoing the block.
Yeah, and I switched mine. I put my stars on the back and my teal
the blue.
fabric solid on the front.
Oh, yeah,
But
that's a great idea too.
just, I don't know why. I just liked it that way.
Yeah, I think I might have to just. But they'd all be right here in the same place.
I was
So
gonna say you can't use the bigger pearls. I don't know if you'd be able to use, but like the rhinestones, the hot fix
Uh-huh.
would be cute because you could use different colors.
yeah,
the different
use
colors.
their birthstone color.
Use
Maybe
their
that would
birthstone.
work. Yeah, because all of mine are still right here close by.
Except Tara, she's off the map.
She's up here. She's going to be up here off the map, just barely, but she's barely off the map here.
Yeah. Well, I had one down in the ocean in Alaska, so.
Yeah, you do. But yeah, I'm just like, this is such a cute quilt. Really cute. It's been fun doing it.
And we're gonna see you attach it to the back and get it finished, huh?
Yeah,
Because you're not close.
I am. I'm really close, and it's going to get finished.
And you can do your binding when just right after you do Capuchere's binding. That will get you inspiration to get your Capuchere done.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Julie left out the picture blocks. Let's see. Replace the top one, Sweet Light of Liberty block. Oh, that's a great idea. With the firework design.
Okay.
Nice.
This is the bottom
Show us
over the
those.
fire.
Those are-
Yeah,
those
I
are
would
cool.
love to. I would love to see those. It's a great idea, Julie.
Okay, rock my world with this second.
Well, is this going to be the same for a couple minutes?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's going to rock your world, but
Diane said you need a red star for your Canada
that's it.
daughter.
I do.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right, Diane. For my Canadians. I hope I didn't cut that too short. Oop.
Perfect.
Oh, we're good. Okay, back at it while I trim this up. There's gotta be a better pair of scissors around here. Try these.
Okay, so Cindy is asking, it says to use the 1.5 files, but when she puts it on her machine screen, the America word strip looks like it's wider, almost 2 inches. Just as long as you're using that 1.5 file, it's going to work. The 2-inch block, in fact, pull up the 2-inch one and you'll see a big difference. So the 2-inch one, I don't know what it is with like transitioning to the screen because the 10-inch blocks did the same thing. One looked really small, one looked really big, but they both worked out to be the same. Ooh, that was close. Just, Cindy, make sure you leave your batting a little bit longer and your fabric a little bit longer. Leave it kind of extra on both ends of your
She's
America.
talking America block.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. The other thing that you could do with this, Fern, is you could start at the bottom of your fabric and work the other direction.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that it starts here,
Yeah.
you could start here and work the other, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Dee, we was going to use a smaller one, and I didn't catch that. So we're doing another 4-inch scallop.
Yeah, we should have changed the scallop. Yes. It should be the 3 scallops block. Yes, so, dang it. Fern, we
just cut it off?
We need to redo this.
Can
So,
you
yes.
just cut it?
Or just stop it right now, and we'll just use that on.
But can't you just cut it here?
Other than,
Okay. Thanks. Good catch.
good catch, guys. Yeah, we get chit-chatting here, and
Okay, so you've got your flowers going one direction or the other.
okay, so you want
You
the
wanna
one that
start
has.
with the big flower or the skinny petals?
Oh, I didn't pay attention to that. The A or the B,
What
so
is the
hold
top?
on.
Let's see what
Let
that
me
looks
look.
like. So I would
You want
say the big one.
the big one.
So A. Okay.
Maybe. Because it's going to go, yeah. Big
Big, little
daisy, big flower, daisy flower,
big
big flower.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the one. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Because then it would start clear down here.
Well,
I don't know.
that's,
Did you use both of them? You used both bores?
and just cut off there and it's
Okay.
good to go.
Okay, no big deal. We can do this here. We weren't that far into it.
We weren't to the flowers.
No.
But I would have just cut the last scallop off, and I don't think you'd ever know because you're going to put border binding around the edge. So.
We get busy
Yeah, Brandy.
talking.
So I did the scallops. I did the 4 scallops twice, and let's see up here. I did so you can see on the back I've got the 8 scallops.
Just a second, I'll take that.
And I'm just going to cut that one off because I didn't read the instructions to pay attention. Like nothing's going to. I was stressed that it didn't go out the right way. Like it
Hand
stitched
it
out
to me and
a
I'll show
different
it
way.
here. Okay. Well, you stitch that down.
So my flowers are all in the right order.
Yeah, they are.
Also, I need, like cutting one flower off the end is not going to make
So
a
you
difference.
flipped this one though, so it
Yeah.
started up here again and then went down.
It started at the top.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It started
Yeah.
at the top and went down. Okay. Yeah, it looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
So you would just cut
I
this
just cut
off
that
here.
I'd measure it, cut off where I need to.
And you're right, it's
Yeah.
not gonna, even though you've got this little bit of leaf right here, it's not gonna show because you have, did you run out?
No, I stopped it. I'm not going around it twice.
Oh, okay.
I reached the end of my limit of patience with stitching down the stabilizer or the batting.
Batting.
Yeah. I really want to get to the scallops.
You wanna watch me do this, don't you? Line this up.
Yeah, I do. I want to watch that, and I want to. Like I've been practicing the scallops, but I like how, you know, how I practice things, and I train. I think I know how to do them, and then I learn the right way, and it's like, oh, this is a much easier.
I'm not saying
More
it's, I don't know,
efficient.
there's a wrong or a right way with it. Okay, back to where we were.
Okay.
There we go.
And then Tracy wants to see the scallops into the finished quilt, so we can pull your quilt up.
On your finished, okay. It's not all the way finished, hasn't got the back or the binding, so it's not all the way finished, but I did, I put those scallops on there like that.
So she needs to cut around
Yeah.
the top.
Well, it tells you put your back on it first.
Okay.
Sandwich it
Oh, right.
and put your back on so everything's done, and then you
And then
cut
cut.
it. And it tells you to use this template, okay? And we'll go over that in a second. Okay, that one's yours. I can't put that one on there.
So now it's going to start from the bottom.
It didn't do a placement line.
Oh, because I didn't let it.
I'm like, where's my placement line, Fern?
I used invisible thread.
Well, you did the second time around. You didn't advance your machine. Oh, don't we have such fun here? Like, wait a minute, there's no placement line on here.
Details, details. That's right, I'm testing her. Yes. That's
No.
That's right.
Shirley, I do not quilt my backing. What I do with mine is I put my back on, but what I do is I stitch in the ditch.
I don't know why it's going around again. Yeah, so you just stitch in the ditch to put the top
to
and the back together.
Put my top and my back, the front and the back together. I just put my back on and then I stitch in the ditch around the blocks.
Yeah.
And that seems to be,
Yeah.
it seems to work out just fine. All right.
And I found, like on my pumpkins and potions, because it was so long, I decided not to stitch around every block. And granted, there was a lot of little blocks in that one. And so I stitched it in sections and just stitched
Oh, okay.
in rows. And like you said, it's leaning up against a wall. It's not ever seen. It still actually looks decent from the back. So.
Depends on the quilt. She's asking what color of
What color
thread
of
do you
thread?
use in the stitch in the ditch. It depends on the quilt. My bet is Allison just put her back on and just didn't stitch in the ditch.
Oh, she stitched in the ditch and she used a dark blue.
Did she use a dark blue?
Yes, but she didn't stitch around every block.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And again, it depends on. I am not a big monofilament fan, and I think it might be just the fact is it breaks so.
Try it with your new machine,
Yeah.
because I think you might like it.
Yeah. So monofilament would be perfect, especially on this one, because there's some of them are dark, some of them are light, and you want to make sure that it doesn't show. So I think a monofilament would be great.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mary Jo, you could definitely leave the scallop along the top.
Yeah.
Because
They do give you that option. They do give you the option that you can do this scallop border and just leave it. Leave it straight.
Yeah.
You would probably want to get rid of this top stitch.
It kind of adds a nice. It actually
does.
adds a nice accent to the top. So
Yeah.
I would leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to do pretty much the same thing here. I'm going to make sure that my batting edges match up right there, and it's going to come out so that right at my scallop comes down and then it comes right back up. So I'm going to put that on there like that. Now, mind you, I've done a couple of these. So that would have actually, that other scallop would have stitched right off of the fabric.
Mine didn't. I must have cut my fabric longer.
Yeah. Okay. And I've got that on there just like that. Okay. So once again, Fern, we're going to advance our machine. Okay. So keep going. Oh, you got to finish that stitch. Go to the next step. There we go. Okay, as you can see, it's down here at the bottom.
Down at the bottom.
So I'm going to advance it. Oh, it needs to do my tack down lines. Wrong step. Go back.
You forward it.
I want step 4 right there.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to go up. No, that's too far. Okay. And I'm going to add right there. Drop my needle or put your laser on there and tell me where it's at.
Okay, that's right on.
Is that right on?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
But it's not, well, when I push my fabric down, it is at the end of the stitch.
Okay, that's where it should be. Okay. Okay, where is it there?
It's a little bit past.
Okay, hold
the
on,
stitch.
hold on. I might not be. I'm going to move it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right in the right.
Right
spot.
there.
Yeah,
Where's that?
that's right at the end.
Okay. So these are tack down lines here that it's going to hold that in place. And that's what's going to matter. The design itself is not going to matter. What's going to matter is that it lines up on this point and this point right there.
But honestly, if you just flip the design, you can start it at the top and you don't have to.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah, you're right. You could definitely do it that way. Or, like I said, you can start at this end of your
You
fabric.
could put this down here. Go that way.
And go the other direction.
Yeah.
Just so you know that
It's starting down here.
It's starting at the bottom of the design. Okay, hold on. We got to go
back to the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to stitch out. Let's get to the scallops.
Okay.
And if it's wrong, I'm not going to tell you all. It's going to be right.
If what's wrong?
If this turns out wrong,
Oh, it's not going to
it's
be.
not going to be because we checked it.
Because I checked it, right? Okay, so once you've got your border, that border all done, you're going to sew it. Obviously, you're going to sew those on there, and you're going to sew this across the top here like that. Okay. Then you're going to put your back on. Okay. And that's the one thing that they do tell you. So for me to totally show you how to do this on this quilt is not going to happen because I don't have it all the way done. All right. So what they tell you to do though is to take this template, and I cut it out, and you're supposed to line this up. I don't see the purpose in it.
Because it's identical to your scallop
Because
edge.
it's exactly what this is all about. But if you want to just make sure that it's lined up properly, you want to take this scallop here.
Is that
and
for
you can
even
see.
if you do this stitch out, or is it if you're not doing background quilting?
Now that might be if you're not doing the background quilting.
Then this might be the way to get your scallop.
Yeah, to get your scallop if you're not doing the background quilting.
Okay.
But with, obviously, you know, we've done the background quilting, so as you lay this out there on top of that, you can see that it's right on. This little template is right on, okay? So I've already got this, and so I'm gonna take my back and I'm gonna stitch it on there, and it's gonna be solid, and then I'm gonna cut it out,
Okay.
okay? I'm gonna cut it out, and I've got my sandwich ready to go. Okay, I hope that helps.
Here, you can show them on my fake top.
Okay. So Fern's got hers done here. She's cut it. And so basically what they tell you to do is, you started, okay, so she sewed this on the back side and to flip it towards the front. Now, Kimberbell, what they have you do, what they show you to do, and it either way is not, it's not a right or a wrong, okay? No, you do not cut it right on that stitching line. You cut it, I believe they said, 1/8 of an inch away. I think it's on this paper. If I remember right. I can't, anyway, no.
Like you can see, I cut it out a little ways away.
They tell you, actually, is it on this one? Or is it, there it is. On page 51, look on page 51, okay? It says to layer the quilt back fabric, project batting in your front together to make your quilt sandwich. And then you stitch 1/8 of an inch inside that scalloped marking to hold the quilt sandwich together. So 1/8 of an inch, okay? And that's, so that is where you stitch it, and then you cut it. You need a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, so I would cut it above that stitch line. Just ever so slightly above that, you know, 1/8 of an inch above it, then that gives you your 1/4 inch right there. Okay, so then you cut your binding on the bias. So let's go over that, okay? Couple of different things. Now, Kimberbell has a great little video out there as far as cutting your bias strips. And if you've not ever cut bias strips, this can kind of help you a little bit. What they show you how to do is they show you how to use it with a fat quarter. So I just grabbed a fat quarter, and I'll show you how she has you do it, okay? It's really slick, it really is. So you take your fat quarter. You can do this with any square piece of fabric. Now, your binding that you got in your binding fabric that you got is a 3/8 of a yard or something like
Yeah.
that. So it's not square. So there's a couple of ways that you can do it, and we'll talk about that. Anyway, this is how you do this. You take your upper left-hand corner. Okay, Abby, I'll let you bring the camera down here, sorry. Okay, upper left-hand corner, that's okay. And you're gonna bring it down to about the middle. And where this one's got folds in it, it makes it really nice. So you bring that down to the middle. Then you take your lower right-hand corner and bring it up and match it. Okay, so now it looks kind of like a scarf.
Kind of, yeah.
So then you're gonna take it and you're gonna turn it so that the folds are right next to you. So you can see this fold right here. And you're gonna take this fold and you're gonna fold this up and match that fold. Okay? And then you're gonna fold it one more time. Take this fold and fold it up. Anytime you're doing any kind of a bias binding, this is the way that you could do it. Again, with a fat quarter, you could do it with a yard as long as it's pretty square. It needs to be not, because this isn't square, obviously, but closer, okay? Then what she has you do is you kind of estimate where the middle of your fabric is. I'm gonna eyeball it here. I'm just gonna go right there. And you're gonna cut it in half. Okay? Then this uses a 2.5 inch binding. So then you're gonna take this, and I'm gonna have to turn it back around this direction. And then I'm gonna cut two and a half inches.
I'm just saying, if you have a strip ruler,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is an ideal time to use that.
A
because-
stripology ruler?
A stripology ruler, because you're able to get those 2.5 inch cuts, your fabric's not shifting, and you're done. So pull those magic tools out.
Yeah, you paid a lot of money for that thing.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah.
And there you have your bias strips. And you can tell that because see, look at how it pulls.
Stretchy, yeah.
Okay. And then you're gonna take these strips and sew it all together. Of course, you're gonna also cut this other side too, but I don't see the purpose of that right now anyway. So anyway, that's how you're gonna do that. So there you've got your bias strips. Then you take them to your machine and you're gonna sew them together. So you're gonna take this one and
So show them how to lay it and make sure they get it right. Like if you lay it, flip it over the other way. Yeah, if
Right.
you can put those two together, the
right there.
two
Yeah, if
angles
those will
together,
fit together like that, then all you have to do is flip this
pull
like
it down.
that and put it. Now, when you do that, you're gonna go, okay, how far up, how far down? You wanna kind of eyeball it, obviously, and you want about 1/4 inch here and here. So you're gonna have wings
And so it's really nice because you just stick your needle in that
right there in that,
V right there,
and then
and so does the
sew
other
it right
side.
down. And then you're gonna flip this open, and there you've got your bias strips. Okay, so that's how you do it if you've got like a fat quarter. So I was like, wait a minute here,
This
folks.
isn't a fat quarter.
This is not a fat quarter. What the heck, girls? Like, you guys really kind of messed this up. So I pulled this open and I'm like, okay, how do I do my bias strips on this? I can't fold this down and I mean, you can, but then you've got all this
You just keep
extra right
folding.
here. Okay.
That's how I did it.
Did you really fold it?
I did
Keep
it. Well, I
doing
big,
it?
my big long table, so yeah.
Well, I don't have that.
Yeah.
And then fold it up here and do this right there. Now, yeah, you could definitely continue to fold it. So,
Show us the right way though.
no, yeah. The right way is to take your ruler, and on your ruler, you have a 45. Now, I would have a bigger one, obviously. I have a bigger, longer one. And I don't think we have one, do we?
Probably not
I
right
guess I
here.
should have brought. Hanging up right there. Okay. You have 45-degree angles on your rulers, okay? So what I did with mine is I took that 45-degree angle. Let's see, which end of this do I want? There we go, this end. And I lined up that 45-degree angle here, that line. You can't I can hardly see it, so I can imagine you guys can't see it at all. Anyway, I lined up that 45-degree angle with my edge right there, and I made my first cut right across there. I made my cut, and then I took that piece away, and then I started cutting my strips 2.5 inches all the way down this whole strip of fabric. So that right there is the way you could do it if you're working with yardage
With a
like
bigger
this.
piece.
Yeah, with a bigger piece. So just use your ruler. That's why they put those marks on there, is just line that up at your 45-degree angle, cut it, and then cut your 2.5-inch strips on, and then you can do it that way. There are ways to sew and cut and have continuous binding strips.
Yeah.
Okay, Judy, actually Jackie and I did that on 3 Things Live here about a month ago. She showed us how to do a continuous border where you take it and then you sew it together, and then you have to draw your lines on it though. That's the one thing that you do on that, is you have to draw your lines, and then as you cut it, it comes out as a continuous by a strip. And you definitely can do it that way. Lots of YouTube videos out there. Again, we have a couple out there also. Chris also that day gave us a cheat sheet on how to do continuous binding. And so that's right.
Yep,
yeah,
I'm
and
sure
that
it is,
is in the club. Yes, that paper is in the club. In fact,
A technique sheet.
technique sheet, cheat sheet, whatever you want to call it. But that's how you do that. Okay. Then you're going to take your, obviously, you sew those all together, and I starched them and folded them over and pressed them. And then I rolled mine up on this fun little quilty tool. This was given out quite a few, last year, I think. About last year. Also, you can use it on the binding winder.
Binding winder, yeah.
That works out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stacy says it's in the printables section in the club. So if you're a member of the club, you can print that out, and it shows you how to do your continuous binding, how to cut that. Okay, so back to this other one, Fern. So now we've got our binding cut. We're ready to put it on there. So again, it does not matter whether you do it from the back and flip it to the front, or if you sew it on the front and flip it to the back. It depends on the look that you want, okay?
So mine depended on, because I did, like my first try, I did it from the front and to flip it to the back, but I couldn't, and it was my first try, and Kim does say to practice, so this is my practice.
So this is good. So yeah, you guys take a piece, and it doesn't have to have the embroidery already on it.
It really does. It's so much prettier. It makes you feel so much better while you're doing it.
Heck yeah,
It's
why
a
not?
complete mental thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But when I did it from the front, like coming from the back to the front, I could gauge how much fabric I had there.
Okay.
And I can keep it a little more even and so it looks more even all the way across. When I did it from the front to the back, which is how I do my quilts now that I know how to do them right.
It's not right or wrong, Fern.
Well, in my mind.
Okay.
But those I could, because it's a straight line, I can keep that front an even look. But I couldn't keep it an even look on my scallops. But again, if I tried a few more times, I could probably get there. But this was my second try. I went from the back to the front. I would probably stitch it a little closer to the edge just so it doesn't have that flip up. But you know what? It's not going to matter when I get it hanging on the wall. So
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So basically, okay, so what, I'm going to undo this, sorry.
Yeah, it took a long time.
I know, that took you a lot of work to do that.
And that piece of fabric that you get in your kit will go completely around your quilt one full time and halfway around another time.
Okay, that's how much bias binding
That's
you
how
can
much
make.
bias binding that piece makes.
That's awesome.
I'll post a picture on Facebook for proof.
Okay. That's perfect. So basically, they do tell you, though, when you start this, to start it on a flat, on a straight edge over here. So you're going to start it over here. You're going to stitch it down. Don't worry, you're not going to try to do any kind of a mitered corner in this corner. You're actually just going to, that's the whole purpose behind a bias binding, is you're going to just go around and then you're going to sew that on there.
So are you giving it any kind of pull, or not like tugging it, but
You're wanting to make it so that you don't have any pleats in it, obviously, any tucks of any kind. So there might be sometimes you're going to have to give it just a little bit of a stretch as you come around that corner like that. So you're going to come around there. You're going to come down here to this point right here. Now, I have had, obviously you're going to try to make it so that your seam isn't in your point, but you might have that happen. I'm just going to tell you, because some of these strips
are smaller
than others, and you're going to have a hard time, going, oh, well, no, that's not going to be in my point. It might be, but I think that with the bias of it, it's going to be okay. But yes, see, so you just kind of stretch that just ever so slightly and bring it down here. And at this point is where your point is, and then come up and around. Now, I was talking with a friend of mine, and that's an incredible seamstress, and she said to me, she goes, Sandra, she said, I learned a trick when she was in school, that they said that anytime you come to a point right here, to take one stitch, put your needle down at that point, take one stitch forward, and then start your trip back up. Okay, and that gives you your point right here as your scallop comes down and then goes back up. That will give you a nice little turn, be able to turn it so it lays flat. Okay, instead of a point, you take one little stitch over and then come back around. And that helps it so that when you turn it to the other side, that it helps to fold it down. I'm not going to say that that is the best way. It works. It worked for me when I tried it. It worked to come down here, one stitch over and then back up. I actually had done that. I made my daughter's wedding dress, and it was a square neck. And that's what I did on the corners and the square. And it came out great. They worked out great. So when she said that to me, I went, oh, Alicia, I remember doing that when I made my daughter's wedding dress, because with that square neck, anytime you have that point at that one little stitch helps to make it so it will lay flatter.
So the other thing that I did was with my needle down at that point, that I did take the stitch over, but then I bent this side back.
Okay.
And gave myself a straighter line.
Uh-huh.
And we've done that on curves, but just taking that and bending it back just helped me give it a straighter line to get back
up and around.
Up and around, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Heidi. Yeah, I had 3 girls, and I made all 3 of their dresses. And I made all their prom dresses when they were in school. So when Chris was talking about bringing patterns back in, I just went,
no.
Ah! Do you really think you want to do that?
Simple patterns.
Yeah. Simple is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it's don't overthink it. And she says no one would wear a dress I made. Yes, they would. You can do it.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised, yeah. Anyway, don't overthink it, and don't stress out going, okay, I can't do this. I'm going to do this. So practice. So it might be something that you might want to just take a piece of fabric, because you got extras. A lot of these are just extra pieces that we had in our Kits. Take a piece of this. Don't put a piece of backing on it, use 2 pieces. Just do this right here like that. And just to give it some stability, and try it. I think you'll be surprised at how easily it goes. Challenge yourself, learn something new. That was when Sherry threw this at me. I'm like, are you kidding me, Sherry? You gave me the biggest job of the whole quilt, is this scallop binding. But I'm glad she did, because it did. It challenged me, and it made me stop and work on it and figure it out, and hopefully it will work for you.
Yeah.
So
Kim has her video out. Watch it.
yeah, watch.
It's easy to get
there's
to.
the QR code in here that you can scan that. That will help. There's some other videos out there too.
Yeah. So awesome.
Okay, so any questions? Are there any questions whatsoever that we can help you with? Let's see, how did that come out over there, Fern?
Gorgeous.
How did my other border, my scallop border? Yeah? See, look at that. Just, isn't that beautiful, ladies? Turned out awesome, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so it's doable from the bottom up, obviously.
Yeah. But it's much easier to go to top down. Just flip your pattern.
Yeah. You know the saying, if you have 100 quilters in a room, you'll
do it
have
different. 100 different ways.
150 different ways to do it.
That's right. That's right. But now you know, because we don't expect it to stitch from the bottom up.
Yeah, that I think was, that right there was the biggest thing.
Unexpected.
That was very unexpected for it to stitch from the bottom and up when I'm going, wait a minute, how am I supposed to line that up when I'm at the bottom? When you normally,
yeah, because you
try to
want to
line
test it out. You want to make sure you're there.
Yeah, it comes out great.
Sweet.
So, okay, anything else? Did you machine bind it? Obviously, I haven't bound mine yet.
So on mine, I used my machine. I don't hand bind, so I will machine bind it.
More than likely, I will sew mine on the front and flip it to the back, and I probably will do it by hand. Yeah. I don't very often, but there are some times in
This may be the time.
This might be the time that I will do it by hand.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I will want to. Now the sides.
You can always machine in the ditch on the sides. And get that nice and straight.
Yeah. But my bet is on my scallop across the top. I probably will do that by hand.
Yeah, and you may be doing mine too.
Linda says she always hand bind. I know
Some people love it.
There's a lot of people that always do their binding by hand. I know Lisa down in the store, she does all of hers by hand.
She does.
I know Chris loves to hand bind. She's learning a little bit more as far as doing it by the machine.
Yeah.
She's challenging herself a little bit better and doing it that way too. So
doing the
very good.
sandwich, I always put batting between my back and my front. I think I laid it out once and I didn't like the feel of filling all of the seams in the back.
And again, that is a personal preference.
Yeah.
Again, I do know that there's a lot of them are like, well, it's going to be on the wall. It's not going to show. What does it matter? I'm just going to put my backing on and hang it on the wall. I'm with Fern. I'm going to put a piece of batting between mine, and even though it's already got all this batting in it, I'm going to put another one in.
And it's going to give it just a nice, firm.
It does. I
straight.
find that they hang a little bit better.
Yeah.
This can be on a ladder.
Whether it's all in my mind, it doesn't matter. It's personal preference.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we do.
Yeah. My second child's quilt after I had her in those. Oh, wow. Issue binding on the machine. I just can't get it to. Okay, Sherry, I will tell you this right now. The best thing that the best tip I can give you about binding on the machine is, where did it go?
Glue, I put it away.
Glue stick.
Yeah. Oh, it's behind the tape. Yeah, just run a piece of
Glue stick.
some glue, Elmer's glue even.
Yeah, just make sure it's the washable glue, Elmer's glue, just the craft glue, Elmer's craft glue, make sure it's washable. And I just take and when I flip my binding, I just take and run a bead of that on there and then iron it down, and then it doesn't move and I don't have to use pins. I used pins and clips for the longest time,
Forever.
and I'd come away with bloody fingers from being poked all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, just,
And if you're really good, you don't have to hand bind it or machine bind it. It just stays glued. No, eventually it comes out. You definitely want to.
it will wash out.
Yeah.
That's why I say you got to make sure that you use the washable school glue like this one is right here.
Yeah.
Just take that, and then if you just, as you turn that over, press it down with your iron, because that iron will set it and it will hold it.
And it won't, yeah, so it doesn't come down.
And it sets it just like that.
Yep.
I use it for my mitered corners. Same thing.
Yeah.
You use the glue
So
stick.
the binding is 2.5 inches.
2.5, yeah. First, off the binding. Does your stitch? Oh, so off the binding. No, it sews right on the edge. When you flip it over, it's just right there on the edge of your binding, on the back side.
Yeah.
And just an FYI, I'm sure you guys probably already know this, on your clips, your clover clips, there's a gauge on them. So what I will do is I'll take it and flip it, press it, but I'll take my clover clips and make sure that the front side is right at the edge of where it meets the side of the quilt on the front side. And then on the back side, I make sure that that edge is that 1/4 inch away from the edge of my binding. And then that gives me that good 1/4 inch on the back side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your clips have those gauges on them, so from one side to the other, you can kind of see how when they clip together, where your stitch is gonna land. It makes it nice, makes it really nice. Anything else? Anything else about any of the blocks that you want to see? I cannot
that's
think
it,
of
yeah.
one other thing.
2 weeks.
Yes.
We'll do a check-in.
Check-in
and
in
let's see
2
all
weeks.
of those gorgeous quilts. And I hear there's going to be some giveaways.
Oh,
So
there you go. Giveaways.
if I'm wrong, I'll find something to give you.
No, I think that's what I heard too.
There is.
That's what I think that's what Sherry said.
I have
is
a
that
tendency to get myself in trouble.
she's going to have some giveaways and that for you if, depending on how far along you are on your quilt.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just a check-in. It's not,
Just to
it's
see
not,
where you're at. Yeah.
It's not like what Kyle said. We're not going to be shaming you in any way,
No.
shape, or form. It's just a thing that, encourage you to get it done.
But if they are finished, there's a separate drawing for those who finish.
Yeah.
So either way, you
Yeah.
can win either way. Somebody's asking
And
about
Nancy,
the
yes, there will
ties.
it will be another email, and I think she said, oh, the ties. Now, see, she just took and put some ribbon on hers.
So she put it on afterwards. There is a tutorial in here for the ties, and I believe you just stitch them in under the binding, like
Yeah.
you did. What was the last quilt we did? The
Pumpkins and Potions.
pumpkins and potions.
was
Similar.
the similar ladder quilt,
Yeah.
but this does give you the instructions on your ties on
Yeah.
how
On
much to make.
page 49.
Yep. And they are 2.5 by 8 inches.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would probably just make a tube, stitch it down, wrap it around the top of your ladder, and you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nancy, they will give you a heads up on the time, and
It's still up in the air.
they'll send it.
The
They'll send that
last
out.
thing I heard, it was going to be in the afternoon, on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
And but they'll send you out a new email. It will be a new Zoom link, the whole bit.
Yeah.
So hey, post your pictures out there, guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to see what you guys have accomplished, the differences that you've made. You guys, this is awesome. I just think it's wonderful. So
And if you want a second kit,
hey,
grab it today.
you better grab. Yeah, I think today.
SS Steel.
Yep, SS Still. It's like a ship.
Yep.
There you go. Right. Yeah.
The binding cheat sheet, name again, that technique sheet. I don't know if Stacy has the
I-
name of that.
She did say
she
that
put
it
a
was
link in it above?
in the printables. It's
Yeah,
and
in the
I think
printables.
it's just how to cut a bias binding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody asked how to download Kim's video. There's a QR code in the book. If you put your camera on that, it will highlight it.
That's
and
on page 45.
There's a link at the bottom of your camera. You just touch like the address to go to it.
It'll take you to
right
her
there.
YouTube channel, or you
Yep.
can just go to YouTube and Google it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nancy's saying I'm making myself not use your stash. I'm saying to myself.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
The fabrics are so
You know what?
cool.
For the cost, for the price of it, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
These videos, you will get this one here. You've already got the replay from last week. And this
So,
week, it'll come out
2 business days.
in
Tuesday or
Tuesday, Wednesday timeline. Fabric folding for bias quilt binding. Yep. Yep.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for joining us. Thank you so much. And
Yep.
we appreciate it and hope that we've been able to give you a few little tips and tricks here that can make your quilt a success. So
for
thank
sure.
you so much, everyone. And we shall see you again later.
All right.